Mythical creatures have always stirred something deep within us, igniting our imaginations and filling our hearts with wonder. Whether it's the dragon soaring through the skies or the trickster fox weaving through forests, these beings whisper ancient stories that connect all of humanity. Across the world, they carry the weight of cultures, embodying hopes, fears, and everything in between. In every corner of the earth, there are tales of mythical creatures. In one land, there may be a giant serpent that watches over the rivers, its scales gleaming under the moonlight. In another, a spirit of the mountains prowls, its massive form disappearing into mist. These beings live in the stories told by parents to their children, passed down through generations like a precious inheritance. The creatures are more than just characters in a story, they are symbols, reminders of things we cannot always explain but deeply feel. They speak of forces greater than us, nature, love, fear, and the unknown. There is a kind of magic in how these creatures show up in such different cultures, yet are connected by common threads. In many places, they act as protectors. These aren't always gentle guardians. Sometimes they are fierce, dangerous, and powerful. But their purpose is clear. They stand between the people and the wildness of the world, the untamed chaos that threatens to overwhelm. In China, the dragon is a magnificent creature of strength, watching over the land, bringing rain and prosperity. Its coiled body moves through clouds and storm, but it is never evil. It balances destruction with creation. For centuries, farmers have looked to the dragon, believing it controls the rains and rivers that give life to their crops. Across the ocean, in Scotland, the kelpie lurks in the dark waters of lochs. A shape-shifting water horse, it can be both beautiful and terrifying. Those who encounter it are often drawn in by its allure, only to be dragged into the depths. While it seems like a monster, there's more to the story. The kelpie is a guardian of the waters, fierce in its duty to protect the wild places from those who would trespass or cause harm. It is a reminder that nature, though mesmerizing, demands respect. In other places, creatures take on the role of tricksters. They slip through the cracks of the world, unpredictable and cunning. They bring chaos, but sometimes they also bring lessons. The fox, for instance, appears in many cultures. In Japanese mythology, the Kitsune is a fox spirit with the power to shapeshift into human form. With its many tails and clever wit, the Kitsune can be both a friend and a foe. It plays tricks, but its mischief often has a purpose, teaching people to be wary of appearances and to think deeper. In African stories, the spider Anansi takes on the role of the trickster. With his small, clever body, Anansi weaves tales as intricately as his webs. He plays pranks on other gods, outsmarts stronger creatures, and turns the tide in his favor. But beneath his tricks is a thread of wisdom. Anansi's stories often reveal the importance of intelligence over strength, how wit can overcome even the most formidable obstacles. Then there are the creatures who step into the role of divine beings. They are closer to gods than animals, carrying with them the power of creation or destruction. In ancient Greece, the phoenix rises from its own ashes, a symbol of rebirth and the endless cycle of life and death. The image of the phoenix burning in flames, only to be born again, is breathtaking. Its wings, golden and glowing, stretch toward the heavens. It brings with it a message of hope, that no matter how dark or final an end may seem, there is always a chance for renewal. Similarly, in Hindu mythology, Garuda, a giant bird, soars through the skies with a powerful presence. Garuda is more than just a creature, he is the mount of Vishnu, the god who preserves the universe. His wings shimmer like sunlight, and he is a protector, shielding the world from evil forces. People look to Garuda as a reminder of divine strength and guidance, a symbol that even in times of despair, there is something watching over, keeping chaos at bay. Yet, mythical creatures are not always protectors or divine messengers. Some represent the very chaos they try to guard against. Beasts like the Wendigo from North America are haunting examples of this. The Wendigo is a creature of hunger, a spirit of winter that consumes and corrupts. It starts as a human but transforms into a monster driven by insatiable greed and cannibalistic desire. Its skeletal frame and ice-cold breath send chills through the forests. The Wendigo is a warning of what happens when we give in to the darkest parts of ourselves, when hunger or desire overtakes our humanity. Similarly, in Norse mythology, the Fenrir wolf embodies destruction. A monstrous wolf, Fenrir is destined to bring about Ragnarok, the end of the world. Chained by the gods out of fear, Fenrir waits, biding his time until the moment when he will break free. His jaws, capable of swallowing the sky, are a reminder of the uncontrollable forces that lurk in the world, waiting for their moment to tear everything apart. But these creatures, even the darkest ones, serve a purpose. They reflect the fears and uncertainties of life. They are not just villains in stories, they represent the chaos and unpredictability that exist in the world and in ourselves. And yet, through these stories, people find ways to understand and cope with these fears. They take what is terrifying and give it a face, a name, a form that can be fought, reasoned with, or understood. Through protectors, tricksters, divine beings, and beasts of chaos, mythical creatures reveal the complexities of the human heart and mind. They remind us that the world is full of wonders and dangers, beauty and darkness. Each story, each creature, carries with it a piece of the culture it comes from, offering a glimpse into what matters most to the people who tell their tales. In them, we see the reflection of our deepest dreams, our worst fears, and the mysteries that make life both enchanting and terrifying. In the skies above the vast lands of North America, there is a presence so powerful, so awe-inspiring, that it can shake the earth and split the heavens. The Thunderbird, a creature of myth and legend, commands storms and thunder with the beat of its enormous wings. To the indigenous peoples of the USA and Canada, the Thunderbird is not just a bird, it is a force of nature, alive with the power of the sky. When the storm clouds gather, thick and dark on the horizon, and the wind begins to howl, it is said that the Thunderbird is coming. Its wings stretch wide, each feather crackling with lightning, as it soars through the storm. The sound of thunder is nothing more than the beating of its wings, and with every flap, the earth trembles. It brings rain, the life-giving water that nourishes the earth and the people, but it also brings fury. This is a creature that cannot be controlled, that moves with a purpose as old as time itself. For many Native American tribes, the Thunderbird is more than a symbol of storms, it is a protector. It watches over the people, defending them against evil forces. The tales say that the Thunderbird stands guard against serpents, great and malevolent beings that seek to bring destruction. When the Thunderbird appears, it fights these serpents, clashing with them in the skies, sending bolts of lightning to strike them down. Each lightning strike is the Thunderbird's fierce power unleashed, a flash of pure energy as it battles to protect the world. But this guardian is not gentle or tame. It is wild, fierce, and uncontrollable. Its eyes blaze like the sun, and its cry echoes across the mountains, filling the hearts of those who hear it with both fear and awe. The Thunderbird's power is immense, and it doesn't always distinguish between good and evil. When it flies, the storm follows, and with the rain that gives life, there is also the potential for destruction. The wind that sweeps the fields can tear apart homes, and the rains that water the crops can flood the valleys. The Thunderbird holds both life and death in its talons. In the traditions of the Kwakwaka'wakw people, the Thunderbird is a sacred being, part of their ceremonial dances and stories. It is said that the Thunderbird lives high in the mountains, where no human can reach, watching over the land. When the people dance in Thunderbird masks, their movements are heavy and powerful, like the beating of great wings. The stories say that the Thunderbird's beak is sharp and strong enough to carry away whales, plucking them from the ocean as if they were nothing. This image, of the Thunderbird rising from the sea with a whale in its talons, is both terrifying and beautiful, a reminder of the creature's unmatched strength. The Thunderbird is not just a figure of power, it is a figure of balance. It brings rain to the earth, and with rain, it brings life. But the same rain can flood, the same lightning can destroy. The Thunderbird doesn't exist to serve humanity's will, it answers only to the natural order. Its presence teaches the importance of respecting nature and understanding that with life comes the risk of chaos and destruction. The storms it commands remind us that nature is not something to be tamed, but something to live alongside, with all its beauty and danger. In the stories of the Sioux, the Thunderbird is a warrior of the skies, a being who battles not just for itself, but for the people it watches over. It is said that long ago, the Sioux were threatened by a monstrous serpent that sought to poison the land and its people. The Thunderbird, seeing this danger, descended from the clouds, its wings spread wide, and engaged the serpent in a battle that shook the world. Lightning flashed, and thunder boomed as the two creatures clashed, the sky itself seeming to tear apart. In the end, the Thunderbird triumphed, casting the serpent down, and the people were saved. This battle is a reminder that the Thunderbird's power, though overwhelming, is often wielded in defense of the land and those who respect it. For the Ojibwe, the Thunderbird is not just a warrior, it is a bringer of storms and a being of deep spiritual importance. The sound of thunder is said to be the Thunderbird speaking to the people, a voice that echoes across the lakes and forests. Some stories say that the Thunderbird lives in a world beyond our own, coming to the earth when it is most needed, called by the prayers of those in distress. Its connection to the spirit world is profound, and those who seek wisdom or guidance may call upon the Thunderbird for strength. But this is a dangerous request, for the Thunderbird's power is immense and unpredictable, and to call upon it is to invite the storm. The Thunderbird's wings are the wind. Its feathers are the clouds. When it moves, the sky itself trembles, and the rain begins to fall. It is said that the Thunderbird sees everything from its perch high above the world, its keen eyes watching over the land. In times of great need, it may descend, offering its protection, but it always leaves with a reminder of its raw, untamed power. In every culture that speaks of the Thunderbird, there is a sense of both reverence and fear. This is not a creature to be worshipped lightly. Its presence is a gift and a warning, a reminder that the forces of nature are far beyond human control. The storm may bring life, but it can also take it away. The Thunderbird embodies this truth, its powerful form etched into the hearts and minds of those who hear its story. The tales of the Thunderbird are passed down from generation to generation, woven into the fabric of the people's identity. Its presence is felt in the crack of thunder, in the rush of wind before a storm, in the way the clouds gather on the horizon. It is both a symbol of hope and a reminder of nature's unstoppable force. To hear the Thunderbird's call is to feel the ancient power of the earth and sky, a power that humbles and awes, reminding us of our place in the world. The Thunderbird, with its vast wings and electric presence, stands as a timeless figure in the mythology of indigenous North American tribes. Its power is not just in its ability to control storms, but in the emotions it stirs in the hearts of those who know its stories, fear, awe, respect, and the undeniable realization that there are forces in this world far greater than ourselves. In the cold, desolate forests of Canada and the northern United States, there is a tale that chills the blood. When the winds howl and snow buries the land in silence, the Wendigo is said to roam. This creature is not just a monster, it is the embodiment of hunger, greed, and the unbearable loneliness that comes from isolation. It is whispered that the Wendigo was once human, but something terrible happened, something that changed it forever. The Wendigo's presence is always felt when the winter stretches too long, when the cold seeps into the bones, and the snow cuts people off from the world. In those desperate moments, when survival becomes uncertain, the Wendigo's voice calls from the shadows. It starts as a whisper, soft at first, but it grows louder. It is the voice of hunger, gnawing at the soul, twisting thoughts until nothing remains but the urge to feed. Legend has it that the Wendigo begins as a person, someone lost in the wilderness, starving and scared. The snow falls heavier each day, the trees grow dark and foreboding, and there is no food. At first, they fight against it, battling the hunger with every shred of will they have left. But then comes the moment when they break. The voice whispers, promising relief, promising survival. And in their desperation, they turn to the only thing left, the flesh of another human being. The moment they taste that flesh, the transformation begins. Their soul, once fragile and full of hope, is consumed by the hunger. Their body changes too, twisting, growing taller and thinner, bones pushing through skin like jagged ice. Their eyes, once full of life, become hollow, cold, and unfeeling. The Wendigo is born, cursed to roam the forests, always hungry but never satisfied. It is a creature of endless greed, forever seeking but never finding enough. What makes the Wendigo so terrifying is not just its appearance, though that alone can freeze the heart. Its skin, stretched tight over its bones, is pale like the snow it hunts in. Its lips are often torn or missing, leaving its sharp teeth always exposed, as if it has been chewing on something unspeakable for far too long. Its body is impossibly tall, towering over the trees, its limbs gaunt and unnaturally long. But it is its hunger, its unquenchable, insatiable hunger, that truly horrifies. No matter how much the Wendigo consumes, it is never enough. Its hunger only grows, a gaping void that can never be filled. It devours and devours, but the more it eats, the emptier it becomes. And that hunger is not just for food, it is for life, for warmth, for the company of others. The Wendigo represents the darkest parts of human nature, the parts that crave endlessly, that take without giving, that destroy in the hope of filling a bottomless pit. But this hunger doesn't just affect the Wendigo, it spreads. Those who encounter it are changed by its presence. Some say that even just hearing its voice, that soft, insistent whisper, is enough to drive a person mad. The Wendigo calls to the greed within each of us, tempting us to take more than we need, to lose ourselves in the pursuit of more, no matter the cost. In that way, the Wendigo is not just a creature of the forest, it lives in the dark corners of the human soul, in the part of us that can never be satisfied. The isolation of winter, with its long, cold nights, only feeds this hunger. When people are cut off from the world, when the snow traps them in their homes, the Wendigo's whisper grows louder. It thrives in that loneliness, and the spaces where hope begins to fade and desperation creeps in. It's not just a monster lurking in the woods, it's the creeping dread that comes with feeling utterly alone, with knowing that there is no help, no rescue. It's the fear that maybe, just maybe, there is no limit to what you would do to survive. For the indigenous peoples who have passed down stories of the Wendigo, it serves as a warning. It is not just a tale to scare children, but a reminder of what happens when greed takes over, when the hunger for more destroys everything good inside a person. It reminds us that the line between survival and destruction is thinner than we think, and that in moments of desperation, we must be careful not to lose our humanity. The Wendigo walks that line, a shadow of what it once was, a reminder of the dangers of giving in to the worst parts of ourselves. Its breath is cold, its footsteps silent in the snow. You never hear it coming until it's too late, until that gnawing hunger is all that's left. It doesn't need to attack, it only needs to wait. In the silence of the winter woods, it waits for you to lose hope, for you to give in to the darkness inside. And when you do, it's there, ready to consume you, to add you to its endless feast. Those who claim to have seen the Wendigo speak of a fear that never leaves them. It's not just the sight of the creature that haunts them, but the way it made them feel. It's the knowledge that they too could fall victim to that hunger, that greed, that all-consuming need. The Wendigo strips away the illusions of safety, of control. It shows you what you're capable of in your darkest moments, and that realization is often more terrifying than the creature itself. As the snow falls heavier and the nights grow longer, the Wendigo roams. Its hunger is endless, its greed boundless. It is always searching, always consuming, always longing for more. But it is never satisfied. And perhaps that is the most terrifying thing of all, that the Wendigo, for all its power, will never find peace. It is doomed to wander, driven by a hunger that can never be filled, a greed that knows no limits. And in that, the Wendigo becomes a mirror, reflecting the darkest parts of ourselves, the parts that can take and never feel whole. In the quiet of the night, when the wind whispers through the trees and the moon casts its pale light on the water, there is a sound that chills the blood. It starts softly, almost like a breeze, but then it grows, filling the air with a haunting cry. It is the sound of a mother's grief, of a heart so shattered that it echoes through eternity. It is the sound of La Llorona, the weeping woman. Her story has been told across generations in Mexico, and her legend is as old as the rivers she haunts. La Llorona, the ghostly figure dressed in white, wanders the banks of rivers and lakes, her voice filled with sorrow as she searches for her lost children. Her cries are heart-wrenching, filled with a pain that cuts through the night like a blade. Those who hear her wail feel a cold dread settle into their bones, because they know that La Llorona is near, still searching, still weeping. There are many versions of her tale, but they all share one unbearable truth: La Llorona was once a mother, and she lost everything. Some say she drowned her children in a moment of madness or despair, and others believe that they were taken from her, swept away by the unforgiving waters. But no matter how the story unfolds, it always ends with La Llorona consumed by her grief, cursed to wander the earth, crying for her lost children forever. Her tears are not just the tears of a mother, they are the tears of regret, of guilt so heavy it drags her soul through the night, never allowing her to rest. Her white dress, now tattered and soaked from the river's waters, billows in the wind as she floats just above the ground, her face hidden beneath a veil. Those who have seen her say her eyes are hollow, dark pools filled with endless sorrow, her face gaunt, as if the very life has been drained from her. In the stillness of the night, La Llorona's cry breaks the silence. Mis hijos. ¿Dónde están mis hijos? My children. Where are my children? Her voice is filled with a sorrow that no words can truly capture. It is a sound that makes hearts race and skin prickle with fear. Her cries can be heard by the riverside, by those brave or unfortunate enough to walk too close to the water after dark. They say that if you hear her cries, you must turn away, you must not look, because if you see her face, she may mistake you for her lost child, and you will never return. There are countless stories of people who claim to have encountered La Llorona. Some say they saw her standing by the water's edge, her hair flowing around her like a dark veil, her sobs echoing through the night. Others say they saw her drifting above the river, her white gown glowing in the moonlight, her cries piercing the stillness. But the ones who speak of her voice, the ones who heard her calling out for her children, speak of a sorrow so profound that it left them frozen in place, unable to move, trapped in the grip of her grief. La Llorona is more than just a ghost, she is the embodiment of a mother's love twisted by loss. She is the weight of a heart that can never heal, of a spirit that can never find peace. She walks the earth, searching, always searching, for the children she can never hold again. And in her search, she brings fear to the living, a fear that speaks to something deeper than just the sight of a ghost. It is the fear of loss, of helplessness, of the kind of pain that never fades. The rivers and lakes of Mexico are where her spirit is strongest, and it is there that her cries are most often heard. The water, which once took her children from her, has become her eternal prison. She wanders along the shores, her tears mixing with the water, her hands reaching out in desperation. But no matter how far she searches, no matter how many nights she walks the earth, her children are gone, lost to her forever. And so, she weeps, her voice a constant reminder of the pain that consumes her. Some say La Llorona takes children who wander too close to the water, stealing them away in her grief. They say she mistakes them for her own, taking them into her cold embrace, hoping, perhaps, to find the love she lost. But the children never return. Her love, once pure, has become something darker, twisted by the endless years of mourning. It is said that parents warn their children not to play near the water at night, not just because of the dangers of the river, but because of La Llorona. Her presence lingers in the mist that rises from the water, in the rustling of the reeds, and the chill that seeps into the air when the night grows too quiet. But La Llorona's story is not just one of fear, it is a story of loss so deep that it transcends death. Her endless search for her children is a reflection of the kind of love that never dies, even when it is twisted by tragedy. It is a love that continues, even in the face of unimaginable grief. In her cries, there is more than just sadness, there is the reminder that love, once given, never truly leaves. It haunts, it lingers, it follows us, even beyond the grave. La Llorona's legend is woven into the very fabric of Mexican culture, her presence felt in every ghost story whispered around a fire, and every warning given to children. She is a reminder of the power of grief, of how it can transform, of how it can consume. But she is also a reminder of the power of love, a love so strong that not even death can extinguish it. As the moon rises and the wind begins to stir, the people who live near the rivers know to stay inside, to avoid the water's edge, because they know that La Llorona is still out there. Her cries, carried on the wind, reach into the hearts of those who hear them, leaving behind a chill that cannot be shaken. She is a ghost, yes, but she is also something more, a mother, lost in her grief, forever searching for the children she will never find. In the darkness, by the water, her sobs continue. Miss Hios. Donde están mis hijos? And as her voice fades into the night, the silence that follows is heavier than before, filled with the weight of her endless, sorrowful search. In the dense forests of Central America, where the trees stand tall and the air is thick with the scent of earth and rain, there is an unseen presence. The wind rustles through the leaves, but sometimes it's more than just the wind. There's a flicker of movement, a tiny figure darting between the trees, barely visible out of the corner of your eye. You stop, you listen, and you hear the faintest sound of laughter, soft, playful, yet strange. The Shineks are near. These mischievous spirits have lived in the forests long before humans set foot in them. They are protectors of nature, guardians of the wild places where life thrives away from the eyes of the world. The Shineks are small, childlike in appearance, but they are not children. They are ancient, wise, and powerful in their own way. Their eyes sparkle with mischief, and their laughter dances on the wind, but beneath their playful nature lies a fierce loyalty to the land they protect. The Shineks are not evil, but they are not to be taken lightly. Those who wander too far into the forest without respect for its secrets often find themselves lost, confused, as if the path they were walking just vanished beneath their feet. One moment you are sure of your way, and the next, everything looks different. The trees seem taller, the shadows deeper. It's as if the forest itself has turned against you. But it's not the forest, it's the Shineks. They love to play tricks, to confuse and bewilder those who do not honor the sacredness of nature. Sometimes they steal small items, an earring, a ring, a piece of food, just to see the confused looks on the faces of those who find their belongings suddenly gone. But their tricks are not just games. They are warnings, reminders that the forest is not just a place to be used and discarded. It is alive, and the Shineks are its protectors. Many who live near these forests tell stories of their encounters with the Shineks. They speak of hearing soft giggles in the night, of feeling small hands tugging at their clothes as they walk through the trees. Some say they've seen tiny footprints in the mud, leading deeper into the forest, where no human could go. Others have felt a sudden chill in the air, followed by the sensation of being watched, though no one was there. But for all their tricks and games, the Shineks are not malicious. They are guardians, and their purpose is to protect. The forest is their home, and they are bound to it in a way that is hard for humans to understand. The Shineks care for every leaf, every flower, every creature that calls the forest its home. They are the keepers of balance, ensuring that the natural world is respected, that life can continue to flourish without interference. When someone enters the forest with a pure heart, with reverence for the land and its spirits, the Shineks may choose to reveal themselves, if only for a moment. A flash of movement, a glint of eyes peering from behind a tree, a soft laugh that makes you smile despite yourself. It is their way of acknowledging those who walk the forest as friends. But for those who come with greed in their hearts, who seek to harm or take from the land without giving back, the Shineks are less kind. The forest becomes a labyrinth, paths twisting and turning back on themselves, leading nowhere. Hours pass in confusion, days even, until the intruder is forced to leave, empty-handed and shaken. In some cases, people speak of losing their memory entirely, of forgetting who they are, where they came from, as if the Shineks have stolen a piece of their very soul. It is said that only when they make amends with the forest, when they offer something back in return, do they regain what was lost. The Shineks are also known to protect the animals of the forest. Hunters who come seeking more than they need, driven by greed rather than necessity, often find themselves in strange situations. Their traps spring empty, their arrows miss their mark, or they find themselves suddenly lost, unable to find their way back. It is the Shineks at work, guiding the animals away from danger, making the forest a place of refuge for all creatures. Yet, for all their tricks and protective instincts, there is a playfulness to the Shineks that is undeniable. They are curious spirits, often watching humans from a distance, fascinated by their strange ways. Sometimes, they join in celebrations, unseen but felt, their laughter mixing with the music, their presence making the air feel lighter, the night more magical. Children, especially, are said to be able to sense the Sheneks more clearly. Perhaps it's because children see the world with the same wonder and innocence that the Sheneks do. They laugh with the wind, dance with the trees, and in those moments, they and the Sheneks are one. In villages near the forests, people leave small offerings for the Sheneks, fruits, sweets, little trinkets, as a way of showing respect. These offerings are left at the base of trees or near rivers, places where the Sheneks are said to gather. And though no one ever sees the Sheneks take these offerings, they are always gone the next morning, a sure sign that the forest spirits have accepted them. But the Sheneks' protection is not just over the land and animals. They watch over the people too, especially those who live in harmony with the forest. Farmers who care for the earth, planting their crops with respect for the seasons, are said to have the Sheneks' blessing. Their fields grow abundant, their harvests rich, as if the spirits themselves are nurturing the land alongside them. In the end, the Sheneks are a reminder of the bond between humans and nature, a bond that is easily forgotten in the rush of life. They are the caretakers of the wild, the guardians of the places where the world still breathes freely. Their laughter may be mischievous, their tricks confusing, but beneath it all is a love for the land, a love that runs deeper than words. They are the protectors of balance, and in their eyes, the forest is sacred ground. So when the wind blows gently through the trees and the shadows seem to dance, listen carefully. You might just hear the Sheneks laughing, watching, reminding us that the world we live in is alive, and that every step we take in the forest is part of a story older than we can imagine. On warm, humid nights in the countryside of Puerto Rico, there is a sense of unease that clings to the air. It's a stillness that settles in the bones of farmers as they check their livestock for the last time before the darkness swallows the land. The animals, usually calm in the evening, seem restless. They stir, their eyes wide, ears twitching at every sound. And then, somewhere in the distance, there's a rustle. A shadow, quick and silent, slips past the trees. The next morning, the ground is stained with blood, and the animals lie cold, lifeless. No tracks, no sound, only the small, round puncture marks on their necks, the unmistakable sign of El Chupacabra. The name itself sends a chill through those who live in its shadow. El Chupacabra, the goatsucker, is no ordinary creature. It preys in the night, unseen, unheard, but always leaving behind the same haunting evidence. It drinks the blood of goats, chickens, and other livestock, leaving the bodies drained, with nothing but 2 clean puncture wounds where life used to flow. No one knows exactly what it looks like, though many have tried to describe it. Some say it has leathery, reptilian skin, others speak of spines down its back, and some describe glowing red eyes that burn in the night. The first whispers of El Chupacabra began in Puerto Rico in the mid-1990s, when a series of bizarre livestock deaths left farmers terrified. Goats, chickens, and other animals were found lifeless in their pens, their bodies untouched except for the strange wounds on their necks. No predators in the wild moved with such eerie precision. No creature hunted with such a bloodthirsty method, drinking but never eating. Word spread quickly, and fear settled like a fog over the island. Soon, people were locking their doors tight at night, and children were warned not to stray too far from home after dark. There are those who claim to have seen El Chupacabra with their own eyes. They speak of a creature unlike anything they've ever encountered. Its movements are swift and unnerving, almost unnatural, as if it glides through the air. Its eyes seem to glow, piercing the night with an intensity that makes the heart pound and the breath catch in the throat. When it strikes, it does so without a sound, moving in and out of the shadows like a phantom. Those who have glimpsed it say that even though they only saw it for a moment, the fear it left behind stayed with them long after. For the farmers, each night brought a new sense of dread. Would it return? Would the Chupacabra claim more of their animals? They would awaken with a sinking feeling in their stomachs, walking out to the pens in the early light of dawn, praying that their livestock had been spared. But often, the grisly scene awaited them, another animal taken in the night, drained of its life, as if by some unholy force. There is something chilling in the way El Chupacabra hunts. Unlike other predators that kill for food, this creature seems to kill for the blood alone. It leaves no mess, no struggle, just silence, as though the life is simply stolen in the dead of night. The people who live in the shadow of its legend speak of it in hushed tones, not wanting to invite its presence with careless words. The fear it inspires is not just because of what it does, but because of what it represents, something dark, something unnatural, something that defies explanation. Some believe that El Chupacabra is not of this world, that it came from somewhere far beyond the stars, brought here by forces we cannot understand. Others think it is a curse, the embodiment of some ancient evil unleashed upon the world. And still, others wonder if it is some kind of twisted creation, born out of human tampering with nature, a product of experiments that should have never been. But no matter what people believe, the fear is the same, the fear of a creature that can come without warning, strike without a sound, and disappear into the night, leaving only death in its wake. El Chupacabra's legend grew, spreading far beyond the borders of Puerto Rico. Sightings were reported in Mexico, in the southern United States, and Central America. Wherever livestock was found drained of blood, people whispered the same name. And always, the stories were the same: 2 puncture wounds, no signs of a struggle, and the eerie silence that followed the creature's visit. But for those who have lived through the terror of El Chupacabra, it is more than just a story. It is a reality that haunts them every time the sun dips below the horizon. The darkness becomes alive with possibilities, with the fear that somewhere, out there in the night, the Chupacabra is watching, waiting for the moment to strike again. It's the sound of silence that makes the heart race, the quiet before the unseen terror moves through the shadows. For the farmers, each lost animal is not just a blow to their livelihood, but a reminder that something is out there, something that cannot be stopped by fences or locks or lights. It moves like smoke through the trees, undetected, until it is too late. And even when the night passes without incident, the fear never leaves. It lingers in the corners of their minds, a constant presence that steals peace away with the setting sun. El Chupacabra has become a symbol of fear, of the unknown that lurks in the darkness. It reminds people that there are still things in this world that cannot be explained, that science cannot fully grasp. It is the embodiment of a nightmare that walks among the waking, silent and unseen, leaving only death behind. In its shadow, people are reminded of how small they are, how vulnerable they are to forces beyond their control. But the most terrifying thing about El Chupacabra is not just what it does, but that it could still be out there. Somewhere, in the shadows, waiting. No one knows where it will strike next, or if it will ever stop. All they know is that, when the night falls and the animals grow restless, the fear returns. The fear of that unseen creature, with its glowing eyes and thirst for blood, haunting the edges of the night. El Chupacabra is more than just a monster, it is the embodiment of the fear that there are things in this world we cannot understand, cannot fight, and cannot escape. And that, more than anything, is what makes its legend endure. The blood it leaves behind is not just in the animals it kills, but in the hearts of those who hear its story, and feel that cold, creeping dread that perhaps, just perhaps, the Chupacabra is still out there, waiting for the next night to fall. In the quiet countryside of Argentina, where the nights stretch long and the moon hangs heavy in the sky, there is a tale that chills the hearts of those who hear it. It's whispered among families, shared in hushed tones by firelight, as if speaking it too loudly might bring it closer. It's the story of El Lobizin, the cursed creature, half man and half beast, that roams the night. Born as the 7th son in a family, El Lobizin is a fate no one wishes for, yet one that cannot be escaped once it is set in motion. For centuries, people have feared the 7th son, for it is believed that such a child is destined to become El Lobizin. The transformation doesn't happen at birth, but comes with the rise of the full moon. On that night, something dark and terrible stirs inside the boy. His body begins to twist, his bones stretch and crack, his skin shivers and pulls tight as thick, dark fur bursts from within. His eyes, once human, burn with a yellow, feral glow. The child's hands become clawed, his teeth sharp, and his soul is overtaken by the beast that lives inside him. This is the curse of El Lobizin. The people of the countryside know when the moon is full. They feel it in the air, a certain stillness that signals the night will not pass as quietly as the others. The animals sense it too. The dogs bark more fiercely, the horses stomp and snort in their stalls, and the chickens huddle close, as if they know something is out there, watching from the shadows. Doors are locked early, windows shuttered tight, but no one really feels safe. Because El Lobizon does not hunt in the usual way. He is drawn to those places where life is vulnerable, where children sleep and mothers pray, and his hunger is not easily sated. Some say that El Lobizon moves on all fours like a wolf, his body low to the ground, his breath heavy and hot. Others describe him as standing upright, walking like a man but with the eyes of a predator. He is fast, impossibly fast, and silent as he prowls through the fields, slipping between trees and hiding in the tall grass. But there is always a moment, just a moment, when you feel him before you see him. It's a sensation that freezes your blood, a feeling deep in your gut that something is very, very wrong. By the time you hear the growl, low and menacing, it's already too late. The curse of El Lobizon isn't just a story to frighten children into behaving. It is a terror that families know all too well. Mothers weep when they give birth to a seventh son, holding their baby close as if they can protect him from what he will one day become. Fathers worry in silence, knowing they cannot stop what is destined to happen. As the boy grows, the signs begin to show. He may be restless at night, his eyes flashing in the moonlight, his temper growing short and unpredictable. When the full moon rises, the family holds their breath, hoping against hope that this time will be different. But it never is. On those cursed nights, the transformation is unstoppable. The boy may fight it at first, terrified of what he is becoming, but the beast within is too strong. It takes over, turning him into a creature that hungers for blood and flesh. El Lobizon has no memory of his humanity in those hours. He roams the night, hunting anything that crosses his path. Livestock is often his first target, sheep, cows, even dogs, but if he cannot find animals, he will turn his sights on humans. Those unlucky enough to encounter El Lobizon in his monstrous form rarely survive to tell the tale. His claws tear through flesh as easily as paper, and his teeth sink deep into bone. The fear of El Lobizon runs so deep that, for generations, people believed there was only one way to prevent the transformation, to kill the seventh son before the curse could take hold. It was a grim belief, one that led to the tragic deaths of many innocent children, sacrificed in the hope of stopping the beast before it was born. But even in families that loved their seventh son, the shadow of the curse loomed large. There were desperate measures. Some parents would present their seventh-born child to the president of Argentina, as it was once believed that if the president became the boy's godfather, the curse would be broken. Others relied on old superstitions, surrounding their homes with garlic or crosses, or bathing the boy in certain herbs, trying anything to keep the beast at bay. But despite their efforts, the curse of El Lobizon lives on. It is passed from generation to generation, a burden that some must carry through no fault of their own. And it is not just the boy who suffers, it is his family, his friends, his entire village. They live in constant fear of what he might become, watching him grow with a mixture of love and dread. How do you protect someone from themselves? How do you save a child who is destined to become a monster? There are whispers that some Lobizons, as they are called once the transformation takes hold, are aware of what they are, even in their beastly form. Some say they have seen tears in the eyes of the creature as it howled under the full moon, as if the boy trapped inside is crying out for mercy. But mercy is hard to come by when you are feared by all. El Lobizon is not just a creature of the night, he is a symbol of the fears we all carry inside us. He is the embodiment of the battle between light and darkness, between human and beast. The boy who becomes El Lobizon is still a boy at heart, but he is cursed to live a life where that boy is buried deep beneath the fur and fangs of the monster. The moon controls his fate, and with each full moon, the boy loses a little more of himself. His family grieves not just for the boy they love, but for the man he will never become, stolen away by a curse older than time. In the quiet moments before the transformation, there is a sadness that hangs in the air, a sense of loss that no words can touch. They know what is coming, They know the beast is stirring, and all they can do is wait, powerless against the pull of the moon. In the dense, mist-covered jungles of Colombia, where the air hangs thick with the scent of earth and rain, there is a presence that every hunter, every traveler, and every farmer fears. The locals say that when the leaves rustle without wind and the birds fall silent, she is near. Her name is La Madre Monte, the mother of the wilderness, the guardian of the forests. She is more than a spirit, she is the wild, ancient soul of the earth itself, fierce and untamed, watching over the land with eyes that see everything. La Madre Monte is not kind to those who take from the land without care. Her rage is quiet, but it is unrelenting. Farmers who clear too many trees, hunters who kill more than they need, and those who tread too heavily on her sacred ground find themselves lost in the endless grain, no matter how well they know the forest. The paths twist and turn, familiar landmarks disappear, and suddenly, the jungle feels like a labyrinth with no way out. The deeper they wander, the more they feel her gaze, cold and unforgiving. Those who have encountered La Madre Monte speak of her as something between human and nature itself. She appears cloaked in leaves and vines, her hair a tangled mass of moss and flowers, her skin like the bark of ancient trees. Her eyes are said to glow with an eerie, green light, filled with the wild, primal wisdom of the forest. She is beautiful in a way that terrifies. Her beauty is the beauty of storms, of rivers that rage through valleys, of the wild places where life and death dance closely together. The farmers and villagers know that La Madre Monte is not a mere tale. They have seen her work with their own eyes. Crops that once grew plentifully begin to wither and die after a field is over-harvested. Rivers that once ran clear and strong become choked with mud and debris when their banks are disturbed. It's as if the land itself turns against those who disrespect it, and they know this is her doing. She protects the wilderness as fiercely as a mother guards her child, and those who do not heed her warnings find themselves punished in ways that make them understand the true power of the natural world. In the quiet hours of the night, when the forest seems to breathe with a life all its own, the villagers tell stories of La Madre Monte. They speak of the man who hunted too many deer, only to find himself stalked by shadows that moved faster than the wind. He ran, heart-pounding, the trees closing in on him from every side, until he collapsed in a clearing, breathless and terrified. There, standing at the edge of the clearing, she appeared, silent, tall, her eyes glowing in the darkness. The man begged for mercy, but La Madre Monte does not show mercy to those who take more than they need. By morning, the villagers found him wandering aimlessly at the edge of the forest, his eyes wide with fear, his voice lost to the horror he had seen. There is an old saying in Colombia, the forest gives, and the forest takes away. La Madre Monte is the force behind this belief. She is the embodiment of balance, giving life where it is deserved, and taking it away where it is abused. The rivers, the trees, the animals, they are all under her protection, and to harm them is to harm her. Those who cut down trees without replanting, who pollute the streams and take more than they need, are the ones who invoke her wrath. And when La Madre Monte is angry, the forest itself becomes a weapon. Many fear her, but there are those who understand her. The indigenous tribes, the ones who have lived in harmony with the land for generations, know how to respect her. They speak of her not with fear, but with reverence. To them, La Madre Monte is a reminder that the earth is alive, that it breathes and feels and remembers. They leave offerings at the edge of the forest, flowers, fruits, small tokens of respect, hoping to stay in her good graces. They know that as long as they honor the land, La Madre Monte will protect them, just as she protects the trees, the rivers, and the animals. But for those who ignore the balance, who take from the land without thought of giving back, La Madre Monte is a nightmare that stalks the jungle. There are stories of men who have gone into the forest and never returned, their names whispered by their families but never spoken aloud in the village. Some say the jungle itself swallowed them whole, vines wrapping around them like arms, pulling them down into the earth to rest forever in the arms of La Madre Monte. And then there are the rains. In Colombia, the rain can come suddenly, without warning, turning the forest floor into a sea of mud. When the rains are unusually fierce, flooding the rivers and drowning the crops, the villagers know that La Madre Monte is angry. She uses the rain to cleanse the land of those who have wronged it, washing away their greed with the unrelenting force of nature. It is said that if you listen closely during the storms, you can hear her voice in the wind, a low, mournful sound, as she calls the forest back to its wild, untamed state. Yet, in her fierce protection, there is also a sense of justice. La Madremonte does not harm those who live in balance with the land. Farmers who tend their fields with care, hunters who take only what they need, and those who respect the boundaries of the forest find themselves under her watchful gaze, but they are not afraid. For them, La Madremonte is a guardian, a protector of the natural world they depend on. The jungle is her home, the rivers her veins, the trees her children. To harm them is to harm her, and La Madremonte does not forgive easily. But for those who respect the wilderness, who understand that the earth is not a resource to be exploited but a living, breathing entity to be cared for, she is a silent ally. She moves through the forest like the wind, unseen but always present, watching over her domain with eyes that have seen countless generations rise and fall, knowing that long after they are gone, the jungle will remain. In the heart of the Amazon rainforest, where the canopy sways and whispers with ancient secrets, there is a creature spoken of in hushed voices, a being so feared that even the bravest hunters avoid the places where its shadow is said to roam. They call it the Mapinguari, a giant, sloth-like monster with thick, impenetrable skin, and a presence that chills the air. To hear its roar echo through the jungle is to feel the weight of the unknown pressing down on you, a reminder that the Amazon, with all its beauty, holds terrors that defy explanation. The Mapinguari is not just an animal of flesh and bone. It is something more, a force, a living reminder of the old world, before man thought he could conquer the jungle. Its massive frame, said to be taller than any man, moves slowly but with a purpose, leaving destruction in its wake. Some say it walks on all fours, while others insist it rears up on two legs, towering above the trees like a nightmare come to life. Its fur is dark and matted, like the underbrush of the forest itself, blending with the shadows so that it can vanish just as easily as it appears. But the most terrifying thing about the Mapinguari is not its size or its strength, it's the knowledge that no weapon can harm it. Arrows bounce off its hide, bullets fail to penetrate its skin, and even the sharpest knives shatter against its armor-like body. It is, in every sense, invulnerable. Those who have crossed paths with the Mapinguari tell stories that send shivers down the spine. There is the hunter who, while tracking a jaguar, suddenly felt the air grow cold. The bird stopped singing, and the usual symphony of the jungle fell into an eerie silence. He looked around, heart-pounding, knowing something was watching him. Then he saw it, a towering figure, its red eyes glowing through the thick foliage. It moved with a slowness that belied its power, its massive hands leaving deep imprints in the soil as it walked. The hunter, frozen in place, could only stare as the creature came closer, each step shaking the earth beneath his feet. When he finally managed to run, he did not stop until he reached the safety of his village, where he collapsed, breathless and trembling, unable to speak of the terror he had seen for days. There are countless stories like his, of people disappearing into the jungle, never to return, or emerging days later, their faces pale and their eyes wide with the horror they refuse to speak of. The Mapinguari does not need to kill to leave its mark. Its mere presence is enough to make even the most seasoned jungle dwellers turn back, abandoning their hunts, their expeditions, and their pride, knowing that some things in the Amazon are not meant to be confronted. But what makes the Mapinguari so terrifying is that it is not just a mindless beast. The stories speak of its cunning, its ability to sense danger and avoid traps. It is said to know when humans are near, and it is never caught off guard. Some believe it has lived for centuries, watching over the forest with a vengeful spirit, a guardian of the untouched wilderness. It does not attack unless provoked, but when it does, there is no escape. Its roars echo through the trees, a sound so unnatural that it makes the hair on the back of your neck stand on end. Those who hear it say it is unlike any other sound in the jungle, a deep, guttural bellow that seems to come from the very ground beneath you, shaking your bones and filling your heart with dread. And yet, for all its fearsome strength, there is something tragic about the Mapinguari. Some say it was once human, cursed by the gods for its greed or cruelty, doomed to wander the forest in its monstrous form for eternity. Others claim it is the spirit of the jungle itself, rising up to punish those who would destroy its beauty. Whatever it is, the Mapinguari carries with it the weight of something ancient, something that existed long before humans set foot in the Amazon. It is a reminder that, for all our advances, we are still small in the face of nature's power. The Mapinguari is not seen often, but its presence is always felt. The jungle itself seems to bow before it, the trees swaying as if in respect, the animals going silent as it passes. It leaves no tracks that can be followed, no signs that it was ever there, save for the stories told by those who are brave, or foolish, enough to venture into its territory. These stories, passed down through generations, keep the legend alive, reminding the people of Brazil that the Amazon is not theirs to control. It belongs to the Mapinguari, and it always will. For the people who live near the edges of the jungle, the Mapinguari is more than just a myth. It is a part of their lives, a constant, lurking threat that shapes their relationship with the land. They know that the jungle is alive, that it has a will of its own, and that the Mapinguari is its enforcer. Those who respect the jungle, who take only what they need and leave the rest in peace, may never encounter the beast. But those who exploit the land, who seek to bend it to their will, often find themselves face to face with the creature they thought existed only in legends. And in that moment, when the red eyes of the Mapinguari stare back at them from the shadows, they understand. The jungle does not forget. It does not forgive. And neither does the Mapinguari. In the cold, misty waters of Loch Ness, there's a presence that stirs the imagination of all who stand at its shores. The surface may seem calm, but beneath it lies a mystery that has haunted the highlands of Scotland for centuries. Locals call it Nessie, the creature that makes Loch Ness more than just another body of water. It is said that, in the still of the morning or the quiet of dusk, if you're lucky, or perhaps unlucky, you might catch a glimpse of something breaking the water's surface. A shadow too large to be a fish, too fluid to be a boat, moving with a slow, deliberate grace. There is a weight to the legend, a sense of something ancient that lurks beneath the waves, just out of sight. It's the kind of story that makes your heart race and your mind spin, searching for answers in a world where some mysteries refuse to be solved. People from around the globe have come to Loch Ness, cameras ready, hearts pounding, hoping to capture that one, undeniable moment when Nessie rises from the depths, proving that the old stories are true. The Loch Ness Monster isn't just a figment of folklore, it is a living part of the land. The Highlanders have always known there is something strange about Loch Ness. The loch is deeper than the tallest mountains, its waters dark and cold, as if the lake itself is holding a secret too dangerous to be revealed. Some say the creature is as old as time itself, a relic of a forgotten era, when dinosaurs roamed the earth and giants lived in the shadows. Those who claim to have seen Nessie speak of a long, serpentine body, rising out of the water like a wave. Others describe it as a large, lumbering beast, its neck stretched high above the surface, reminiscent of the prehistoric plesiosaurs. And then there are those who speak of nothing more than ripples, a disturbance in the otherwise still waters, but a disturbance that feels like a warning, as if the loch is reminding them that they are not alone. One of the most famous sightings happened in 1933, when a couple driving along the loch saw something enormous roll and plunge into the water. The news spread like wildfire, turning Loch Ness from a quiet highland destination into a place of wonder and fear. Scientists, cryptozoologists, and thrill-seekers alike have since descended upon the loch, each trying to find their proof, to be the one who solves the mystery. Sonar scans, underwater cameras, and boat tours have all been employed, but Nessie remains elusive, a shadow in the depths that refuses to be caught. For the people of Scotland, Nessie is more than just a creature. She is the spirit of Loch Ness, an ancient guardian of a place where history and nature collide. The loch, with its icy waters and steep cliffs, feels like a place where the past isn't so far away, where the old stories still live just below the surface. And Nessie, with her unblinking eyes and her silent movements, reminds us that not everything in this world can be tamed or understood. Children growing up in the Highlands hear stories of Nessie from their grandparents, passed down through the generations. These tales speak not of fear, but of awe, a reminder of how small we are in the face of nature's great mysteries. To see Nessie, they say, is to be touched by something greater, something that links us to a time when humans were not the masters of the earth, but simply one part of its vast, unknowable landscape. There are those who dismiss the legend, who say that Nessie is nothing more than a trick of the light, a floating log mistaken for something more, or the exaggerated stories of hopeful minds. But for every skeptic, there is someone who has felt the strange, magnetic pull of the loch, who has stood on its banks and felt the certainty that something is down there, watching. It's the feeling that creeps up on you when the fog rolls in, covering the water in a blanket of gray, when the only sound is the soft lap of the waves against the shore. It's then that the loch feels alive, breathing with an energy that can't be explained. It's then that you understand why people believe. Many have tried to capture Nessie's image, and some have succeeded, blurry, grainy photos showing humps in the water, or strange shapes beneath the surface. These images, debated and dissected by experts, are never quite clear enough to prove anything, but they are enough to keep the legend alive. Enough to keep the hope burning in the hearts of those who return to Loch Ness year after year, scanning the waters with eager eyes. The truth about the Loch Ness Monster may never be known, and perhaps that's what makes the story so powerful. There is something magical about a mystery that endures, that refuses to be solved, that invites you to wonder rather than know. In a world where so much has been explored, dissected, and understood, Nessie remains an enigma, one of the last great mysteries of our time. So the legend continues, whispered among locals, told to curious tourists, and passed down through generations. Nessie swims in the minds of all who hear her story, a creature of both water and imagination. She is more than a myth, more than a monster. She is the embodiment of the unknown, a reminder that no matter how much we think we understand, there are always places in this world where mystery and magic still reign. And somewhere in the dark waters of Loch Ness, she waits. In the misty hills of Ireland, where the wind howls through ancient stone walls and the moon casts eerie shadows over the green fields, there is a sound that chills the blood of anyone who hears it. A wail, high-pitched and mournful, cutting through the night like a knife. It is not the cry of a wolf or the whisper of the wind. It is the voice of the banshee, a spirit whose cry foretells the coming of death. The banshee does not scream without reason. Her voice is a warning, a haunting lament that signals the end for someone, somewhere, often a member of an old Irish family. Those who hear her weeping know that death is close, and no one, no matter how strong or brave, can stop it. It is said that she does not cause death, but rather mourns for it, like a grieving soul in the twilight between life and the afterlife. Her cry is filled with sorrow, not rage, as though she mourns the loss before it even happens. Legends speak of how the banshee appears, a figure draped in white or gray, with long, flowing hair, sometimes beautiful and other times terrifying, depending on who has seen her. She may appear as an old woman with a haggard face, her eyes red from endless weeping, or as a young maiden, ghostly and pale, whose beauty is marred by the grief she carries. She moves silently, her feet never touching the ground, gliding through the air as though she is part of the mist itself. And though she may be seen, it is her voice that lingers, her mournful cry that fills the air and turns the blood cold. The wail of the banshee has been described as one of the most heartbreaking sounds imaginable, a piercing, unearthly keening that makes the heart ache and the soul tremble. It is a sound that stays with you, long after it fades into the night. Some say it is the sound of a soul in agony, others say it is the echo of love lost, a cry for those who are about to leave this world. But no matter what one believes, there is no denying the fear that grips those who hear it. There are stories, passed down through generations, of families who have heard the banshee's cry in the dead of night, only to learn the next morning that a loved one has passed away. These tales are told in hushed voices, around flickering hearth fires, because to speak too loudly of the banshee is to invite her closer. Some believe that only those from noble Irish families are visited by the banshee, her wail a mark of honor and tragedy intertwined, but others say she mourns for anyone who is about to be taken from this world. The banshee does not always come close. Sometimes she stays hidden, her cries drifting on the wind, barely audible but unmistakable in their sorrow. But there are times when she appears, standing at a distance, her figure silhouetted against the night sky, her face covered in a veil of shadow. In those moments, the air grows heavy, thick with the weight of impending loss. People speak of feeling her presence before they even hear her cry, a strange coldness that wraps around them, sinking into their bones, as if the world itself is preparing for what is to come. But for all the fear she brings, the banshee is not evil. She is not a vengeful spirit, nor a demon that seeks to harm the living. In the heart of her wail is compassion, a mourning for the soul that is about to leave, a sorrow that transcends anger or malice. She is, in many ways, a guardian of death's threshold, a voice for those who can no longer speak. Her presence is terrifying, yes, but it is also a reminder that death is part of life, that every end has its own kind of beauty, no matter how painful it may be. And so, when the banshee's cry echoes through the hills, it is met with dread but also with acceptance. The Irish people have always lived close to the land, close to the spirits that inhabit their world. They understand the banshee's cry as a sign of something greater than themselves, something that cannot be stopped or changed. It is a message from the other side, a reminder that life is fragile and that death is always waiting, just beyond the horizon. To hear the banshee's cry is to feel the weight of centuries of loss and love, woven into the very fabric of Ireland itself. Her voice carries the sorrow of mothers who have lost their children, of lovers who will never see each other again, of lives cut short before their time. But it also carries the strength of a people who have faced death and hardship, and who know that life, for all its struggles, is worth living. The banshee's wail is a sound that haunts the night, but it is also a sound that connects the living and the dead, the past and the present. It is a cry that reminds us that no one is truly alone in their grief, that even in the darkest moments, there is someone, who mourns with us. The banshee weeps for all who have gone and all who will go, her voice a bridge between worlds, a reminder that even death is not an ending, but simply part of the great, eternal cycle. And so, the banshee waits, hidden in the mists of Ireland's hills, her cry ready to pierce the night once more. For as long as there is life, there will be death, and as long as there is death, there will be the banshee, wailing for those who are about to cross over, her sorrow echoing through the ages. In the sun-baked lands of ancient Greece, where myths and legends were woven into the very fabric of daily life, there was a creature so feared, so deadly, that even to look upon it meant certain death. The basilisk, its name alone could chill the bravest heart. It was said that this creature, a serpent or lizard, carried within its gaze the power to kill instantly. One glance into its cold, reptilian eyes and life would be snuffed out in a heartbeat, leaving behind nothing but lifeless stone or withered flesh. The air would grow thick with dread wherever the basilisk was rumored to roam. No one dared to walk too close to where it might be hiding, for the mere possibility of encountering it was enough to keep even the most daring warriors at bay. Farmers left their fields untended, villages were abandoned, and travelers turned back, all for fear of glimpsing the basilisk's fatal stare. Its presence was like a curse upon the land, a dark shadow that consumed life without mercy or reason. Stories of the basilisk's power spread like wildfire through the Greek countryside. Some claimed it could kill not only with its gaze, but with the venom in its breath, a poisonous vapor that tainted the air around it, suffocating anyone unfortunate enough to be nearby. Others said that even the ground where it slithered would become scorched, the plants withering and the earth turning barren in its wake. Every tale added another layer of terror, painting the basilisk as a creature of pure death, untouchable and unstoppable. But there was more to the basilisk than just its deadly abilities. It was not merely a beast, but a symbol of the ultimate fear, death itself, in its most sudden and cruel form. To look upon the basilisk was to confront the fragility of life, the knowledge that in a single moment, everything could be taken away. There was no time for preparation, no chance to fight back. Death came swiftly, silently, without warning. And in the face of that, what could anyone do but flee? The fear of the basilisk was not only in its lethal power, but in the helplessness it evoked. Even the bravest heroes of Greek myth were no match for a creature whose very existence defied the natural order. Strength, skill, courage, none of these mattered when a single glance could bring everything to an end. To face the basilisk was to face the reality that some forces in the world were beyond human control, beyond even the gods' intervention. Yet, despite its terrifying legend, the basilisk was also a creature of fascination. How could something so small, a serpent or lizard, hold such immense power? What ancient magic or curse had given it the ability to kill with just a look? Scholars and philosophers of the time puzzled over these questions, trying to make sense of a creature that seemed to defy all reason. But the answers remained as elusive as the creature itself, hidden in the depths of myth and fear. There were those who believed that the basilisk was not born of this world, that it was something otherworldly, a being sent as a punishment or a warning. Its very existence was a reminder of the fragility of life, of how easily everything could be lost. To gaze upon the basilisk was to see death itself, cold and indifferent, without reason or remorse. And that, perhaps, was the most terrifying aspect of all. Throughout the centuries, many have tried to imagine what the basilisk might look like. Some describe it as a massive serpent, its body coiled and ready to strike, its eyes glowing with deadly intent. Others say it has the body of a lizard, low to the ground, its scales hard as stone, and its movements swift and silent. But no matter how it is depicted, one detail remains constant: the eyes. Dark, unblinking eyes that hold the power to destroy with a single glance, eyes that see straight into the soul and snuff out the light within. But legends also speak of ways to defeat the basilisk, though they are as rare and as dangerous as the creature itself. One tale tells of a hero who used a mirror to reflect the basilisk's deadly gaze back upon it, turning the creature to stone with its own power. Others speak of roosters, whose crowing was said to drive the basilisk away, for the creature could not bear the sound of life and mourning breaking through the night. These stories offered hope to those who lived in fear of the basilisk, a reminder that even the darkest forces could be overcome if one had the knowledge and the courage. Yet, for many, the basilisk remained an embodiment of terror, a creature not meant to be defeated but to be avoided at all costs. It was a force of nature, as inevitable as death itself. Its story was told in whispers, passed from generation to generation, each retelling keeping alive the fear of the unknown, the fear of what might be waiting just beyond the edge of sight. The basilisk's legend has endured for centuries, long after the days of ancient Greece. It has been woven into the fabric of countless cultures, its image shifting and changing but its essence remaining the same. The idea of a creature whose gaze alone can bring death is a fear that transcends time, a fear as old as humanity itself. And though the basilisk may never have slithered through the streets of Greece or left scorched earth in its path, its story continues to haunt, a reminder of the fragility of life and the inescapable power of death. In the darkest corners of myth, where fear and fascination intertwine, the basilisk still waits, its eyes gleaming in the shadows, ready to strike. In the cold, unforgiving lands of the north, where the wind howls like 1,000 voices and the skies hang low with the weight of the storm, there is a tale that strikes fear even into the hearts of the bravest. It is the tale of a wolf, not just any wolf, but a creature of immense power, destined to break the world apart with its fury. His name is Fenrir, and his fate is bound to the end of all things. From the moment Fenrir was born, the gods knew he was no ordinary beast. The son of Loki, the trickster god, and the giantess Angerboa, Fenrir was larger than any wolf ever seen, his eyes burning with a fire that seemed to speak of chaos to come. As he grew, so did his power, until even the gods themselves began to fear what he might become. He was not just a wolf, he was a force of nature, raw and untamable, destined to play a role in the cataclysmic battle of Ragnarok, the end of the world. There was something primal about Fenrir, something that tapped into the deepest fears of all who looked upon him. His massive form loomed over the land, and his jaws, capable of swallowing the sun, were a constant reminder of the destruction he was fated to unleash. The gods knew that he could not be allowed to roam free, but they also knew that no chains could hold him for long. Every attempt to bind him failed, the chains shattering as if they were made of nothing but air. Fenrir was too strong, too wild. And so, in desperation, the gods turned to magic. They forged a chain unlike any other, made not from metal but from the most impossible things: sounds of a cat's footsteps, the roots of a mountain, the breath of a fish, and the spittle of a bird. This chain, Gleipnir, was soft and light, but stronger than anything in the world. With cunning and deceit, the gods tricked Fenrir into allowing them to bind him with it. But even then, Fenrir sensed their fear, and in a moment of rage, he demanded a price. One of the gods must place their hand in his mouth as a pledge that no harm would come to him. Tyr, the god of war and courage, stepped forward. Without hesitation, he placed his hand between Fenrir's teeth, knowing full well what would happen. As the last link of Gleipnir tightened around the wolf, Fenrir realized he had been tricked. His fury knew no bounds, and in a flash, his powerful jaws snapped shut, severing Tyr's hand. The sacrifice was made, and Fenrir was bound, but his wrath echoed across the heavens. For a time, the world was safe. Fenrir, though bound, could not be tamed. His eyes blazed with hatred, and his growls rumbled through the earth like distant thunder. He knew that his time would come, that one day he would break free, and when he did, the world would tremble beneath his paws. The prophecy was clear. During Ragnarok, the end of the world, Fenrir would break free from his chains. He would join the giants and the forces of chaos to wage war against the gods. His immense size would darken the skies, and his hunger would know no limits. He would devour Odin, the All-Father, the ruler of the gods, in a single, brutal bite. The mighty god would fall, not by sword or spear, but by the jaws of this monstrous wolf. The very thought of Fenrir's freedom sent shivers through the hearts of gods and men alike. His existence was a constant reminder that no matter how much order they tried to impose on the world, chaos was always waiting, just beneath the surface, ready to tear everything apart. Fenrir was not merely a creature of destruction, he was the embodiment of fate, of a destiny that could not be escaped. His story was one of inevitability, of a doom that no one could prevent, no matter how hard they tried. And when that fateful day finally comes, when Fenrir's chains shatter like glass and the world is plunged into darkness, it will be a time of terror unlike any other. The skies will burn, the seas will rise, and the very earth will crack beneath the weight of the wolf's rage. His howl will be the death knell of all that has ever been, a sound so full of fury and despair that it will echo through the cosmos. Nothing will be spared from his wrath. The gods, the giants, the mortals, all will fall before him as the world crumbles into ruin. Yet, even as Fenrir rampages across the battlefield, there is a strange beauty in his ferocity. He is a creature of pure instinct, a force of nature that cannot be controlled or reasoned with. In him lies the wildness of the world, the untamable chaos that exists in all living things. His destruction is not born of malice, but of a primal need, a fulfillment of the destiny that has been written for him since the beginning of time. As terrifying as Fenrir is, there is also something tragic about his story. He did not choose his fate, it was thrust upon him, a burden he must bear until the end. He is as much a victim of the prophecy as those he will destroy. Bound in chains he did not deserve, feared for the power he did not ask for, Fenrir's story is one of inevitability, of a creature trapped by forces beyond his control. And so, as the world waits for Ragnarok, it waits for Fenrir. The wolf who will bring about the end, who will tear down the walls between gods and men, between life and death. His presence looms like a shadow over all of creation, a reminder that nothing lasts forever, that even the mightiest of gods will one day fall. When Fenrir's jaws finally close around Odin, and the sky goes black, it will be the end of an era. But even in that moment, there will be a sense of awe, of witnessing something ancient and inevitable, something that has been building since the dawn of time. The monstrous wolf will stand over the ruins of the world, victorious, not out of hatred, but because he is what he was always meant to be, a force that cannot be stopped, the herald of the end. In the depths of the ancient forests of Eastern Europe, where the trees stand like silent sentinels and the air is thick with the scent of moss and damp earth, there lives a being older than memory itself. The Leshy, the guardian of the wild, moves between the shadows, watching over the land that pulses with life beneath his feet. He is the keeper of the forest, a protector of all that grows and breathes within its bounds. His presence is felt in the rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the way the sunlight filters through the canopy, casting shifting patterns on the ground below. To the people who live on the edges of these forests, the Leshy is more than a myth. He is real as the trees that tower above them. The stories say he can take many forms. One moment, he might stand as tall as the trees themselves, his head brushing the clouds, his arms wide enough to embrace the forest in a single sweep. In another, he might shrink to the size of a blade of grass, disappearing into the undergrowth where no eye can see. He can become a man, a beast, or even blend so completely into the landscape that he is the very forest itself. His eyes, they say, burn with the green fire of the woods, a light that sees everything, misses nothing. But the Leshy is not just a protector, he is also a trickster. Those who wander too far into his domain, who stray from the path and lose their way, may find themselves at the mercy of his whims. He has been known to lead travelers in circles, twisting the forest around them until every tree looks the same, every trail vanishes, leaving them lost and confused. Some say he does this out of mischief, others out of a need to protect his territory from those who might harm it. Perhaps it is both. For the Leshy is wild at heart, a creature of the untamed world, and he has little patience for those who do not respect it. There are times, though, when the Leshy shows kindness. Those who come to the forest with pure intentions, with a heart full of respect for the trees and animals that live there, may find themselves guided by his invisible hand. He has been known to lead lost children safely out of the woods, to help farmers in times of drought by calling forth rain, or to protect those who have shown care for his forest. To these people, the Leshy is not a fearsome figure, but a guardian, a being of immense power, yes, but also one of balance. He keeps the forest alive, thriving, in harmony with itself and with those who respect its laws. The Leshy's power to change his size and shape is not just a display of his control over the natural world, it is a reflection of the forest itself. Like the trees that seem to stretch endlessly into the sky, or the shadows that shift and dance as the day turns to night, the Leshy is ever-changing, ever-adapting. He is as old as the woods themselves, and just as mysterious. His strength lies not in brute force, but in his connection to the land. He is the forest, and the forest is him. Those who seek to harm the woods, to cut down the trees or hunt the animals without regard, face the full wrath of the Leshy. He has been known to call forth storms, to cause the earth to shake and the winds to howl, driving away those who would bring destruction to his home. Some say he can control the wolves and bears, sending them out to defend the forest in times of need. Others claim he can summon the very trees themselves, causing their roots to rise up and entangle anyone who dares to threaten the land. Yet, despite his fearsome reputation, the Leshy is not evil. He does not seek to harm for the sake of harm. He is a protector, a guardian, and his actions, no matter how frightening, are driven by his duty to the forest. The people of the villages understand this. They know that the Leshy is to be respected, not feared. Offerings of bread, salt, and tobacco are often left at the edges of the woods, small gestures of goodwill, a way of acknowledging his presence and asking for his protection. In return, the Leshy watches over them, ensuring that the forest continues to provide wood for their fires, game for their tables, and herbs for their medicine. There are legends of those who have seen the Leshy with their own eyes, though these stories are rare. Some say he appears as a tall, gaunt figure, with skin as rough as tree bark and hair like tangled vines. His voice, they say, is like the sound of the wind through the trees, both gentle and fierce, depending on his mood. Others claim that the Leshy can take the form of a friendly traveler, a man with a kind smile who offers guidance through the forest, only to vanish the moment you look away. In every tale, though, there is a sense of awe, of reverence, for this being who holds the forest in his hands. To encounter the Leshy is to come face to face with the wildness of the world. He is nature in its purest form, unpredictable, powerful, and deeply alive. The forest he protects is not just a place of trees and animals, it is a living, breathing entity, a place where the boundaries between the seen and unseen blur, where every rustle of leaves might be the Leshy watching, waiting, ensuring that the balance is kept. In a world where the wilderness is shrinking, where forests are being cut down and the land is being tamed, the Leshy stands as a reminder of what we stand to lose. He is a symbol of the wild places that still exist, of the need to protect them, to respect them, to understand that we are not separate from nature, but a part of it. The Leshy's power is not just in his ability to change shape or summon storms, it is in his connection to the earth, to the life that pulses through the trees and the soil. And it is in this connection that his true strength lies. In the cold, windswept lands of Iceland and Norway, where the mountains stand stark against the sky and the winters are long and unforgiving, there is a story that chills the soul. A tale not of life, but of death, and the strange, twisted form it can sometimes take. Beneath the frozen earth, where the dead should rest in peace, some are said to stir again. They rise, not as the people they once were, but as something else entirely. These are the Draugr, beings that claw their way out of the grave, driven by a hunger for the living and an obsession with guarding the treasures they were buried with. The Draugr is no ordinary ghost or spirit. This creature is solid, a corpse still bound to the physical world, its body bloated and blackened by decay. Its eyes, though sunken and lifeless, burn with a dark intelligence, and its strength far surpasses that of any man. To see a Draugr is to feel an ancient terror, as if the very essence of death itself has come to haunt the living. There is no warmth in its presence, only the cold certainty of the grave, a reminder that death is not always an escape, and sometimes it is only the beginning. Legends say the Draugr rise from their tombs not by accident, but by will. These creatures are often the restless dead, warriors or chieftains who, in life, were consumed by greed, power, or vengeance. Even in death, they cannot let go of their treasures or their desire to wreak havoc on those they left behind. They are bound to the wealth they were buried with, unable to find peace, guarding their riches with a jealous fury. And woe to anyone who dares disturb their graves, for the Draugr will not hesitate to tear apart those foolish enough to cross them. To encounter a Draugr is to feel the weight of death pressing in on you. The air grows still, heavy with the smell of decay, and a sense of dread seeps into your bones. It is said that these creatures can grow to an enormous size, filling the room with their monstrous presence, as if death itself is expanding to swallow the living whole. They move with the unnatural strength of the dead, capable of lifting boulders, crushing bones, and leaving destruction in their wake. No door can keep them out, no fortress can keep them at bay. But the Draugr's menace is not only physical. These beings are known for their cunning, their ability to torment their victims not just with brute force, but with a dark, twisted sense of malice. They can slip into the dreams of the living, turning their nights into nightmares, sowing fear and madness. Sometimes, they appear at the edge of the woods or outside the windows of their victims, watching, waiting, their rotting forms barely visible in the shadows. And always, there is the sense that the Draugr is waiting for the right moment to strike, to drag the living down into the darkness where they themselves reside. The people of Iceland and Norway know the signs of a Draugr's presence. The ground above the graves where these creatures sleep often appears disturbed, as if the earth itself recoils from the horror buried beneath it. Sometimes, cattle or livestock are found dead near these sites, their bodies crushed or drained of life, a grim warning of the evil lurking nearby. In some stories, the Draugr is even able to shapeshift, becoming an animal, often a large black dog or a cat, that prowls the village at night, its eyes glowing with the cold fire of the grave. Yet, despite their terrifying power, Draugr can be defeated, though it is no easy task. Legends say that the only way to stop a Draugr is to confront it directly, to meet it in its own domain, the tomb. There, in the place where death reigns, the living must outmatch the dead, using wit and strength to either destroy the Draugr's body or drive a stake through its heart, ensuring it cannot rise again. In some tales, the only way to truly defeat the Draugr is to burn its corpse, reducing it to ashes so that it can never return. But this is a dangerous task, for the Draugr fights fiercely to protect its grave, its treasure, and the dark life it has clung to. The Draugr is not just a monster of legend, it is a reflection of the fears and beliefs of a people who lived close to death, in a harsh, unforgiving landscape where survival was never guaranteed. In a world where the dead were buried in mounds, where their tombs were part of the living landscape, the idea that those same dead could rise again, driven by greed and vengeance, was not so far-fetched. The Draugr embodies the anxiety of death, that it might not be the end, that something worse might follow, that those we lay to rest might come back, twisted and monstrous, to haunt us. But the draugr is also a symbol of something more universal, the danger of greed, of clinging too tightly to the material world. These creatures are bound not just by death, but by their unwillingness to let go of their wealth, their power, their grudges. In life, they were consumed by these desires, and in death, they are trapped by them, doomed to an eternity of guarding treasures they can no longer use. It is a grim fate, one that serves as a warning to the living, that the things we covet in life can become chains that bind us in death. And so, the draugr lingers in the stories of the North, a figure of fear, yes, but also of caution. It is a reminder that the dead do not always stay buried, and that sometimes, the things we think we have left behind can come back to haunt us in ways we cannot imagine. The weight of the grave is heavy, but for the draugr, it is not enough to keep them from rising once more. In the crisp, biting cold of an Icelandic winter, when the sun barely rises above the horizon and the long nights are thick with frost, a peculiar sense of excitement stirs in the hearts of children. It's a time of both joy and mischief, for in these dark days leading up to Christmas, they are visited by a band of strange, troublesome figures, the Yule lads. These 13 trolls, each with their own peculiar habits, come down from the mountains one by one to bring gifts, or sometimes trouble, to the children who await them. But unlike the cheery figure of Santa Claus, the Yule lads are far more mischievous, their presence both thrilling and a little unnerving. For 13 nights before Christmas, Icelandic children leave a shoe by their window, hoping that one of the Yule lads will reward them for their good behavior with a small gift. But if they've been naughty, they might find something less pleasant waiting for them, like a rotten potato. This strange blend of reward and punishment adds a spark of tension to the festive season, a reminder that Christmas isn't just about the joy of giving, but also about the consequences of one's actions. Each of the Yule lads has a name that hints at the trouble they like to cause. The first to arrive is Stekkjarstor, or Sheepcoat Claude, who has a strange obsession with harassing sheep, though his stiff legs often prevent him from doing much harm. Then comes Giljagour, or Gully Gawk, who sneaks into cow sheds to steal the milk. And so they come, night after night, each bringing their own brand of chaos. There's Stufr, the short one, who loves to steal frying pans and eat the scraps of food left behind. And then Vrusliker, or Spoonlicker, who sneaks into kitchens to lick wooden spoons, leaving them sticky and unusable. But despite their tricks, the Yule lads aren't purely malevolent. They are mischievous, yes, but there's something almost playful about their antics. They don't wish to cause lasting harm, only to create a bit of chaos, to stir things up in the cold, quiet days of winter. Their tricks are a reminder that even in the darkest times, a little laughter, even at one's own expense, can bring warmth. Yet, the Yule lads' mischief has a darker side as well, one that stretches back to older, more frightening tales. For the Yule lads are the sons of Gryla, a fearsome troll woman who is far less kind than her children. Gryla, according to legend, comes down from the mountains at Christmas time to scoop up naughty children and carry them back to her lair to be cooked into a stew. Her presence looms over the Yule lads' antics, a reminder that while their tricks may be lighthearted, there's a shadow of something far more sinister behind them. It's said that Gryla can sense when a child has been bad all year, and no amount of hiding or begging can save them from her grasp. Her enormous, ragged figure, with her twisted features and insatiable hunger, casts a long shadow over the festive season. The fear of Gryla once kept children in line, making them think twice before misbehaving, knowing that a lump of coal wasn't the worst thing they might receive during the Christmas season. The Yule lad's father, Lepoli, is also a troll, though far less fearsome than Gryla. He is said to be lazy, spending most of his time at home while his wife roams the mountains in search of her next meal. The contrast between Gryla's terrifying presence and Lepoli's more passive nature mirrors the duality of the Yule lads themselves, mischief tempered with just a hint of menace. As the days inch closer to Christmas, the Yule lads continue to make their visits, each one adding to the growing anticipation. There's Sjurskeller, or Doorslammer, who enjoys nothing more than slamming doors in the middle of the night, startling everyone from their sleep. Then there's Skirgrimmer, or Skiergobbler, who has an insatiable appetite for skyr, a traditional Icelandic yogurt. And of course, Ketkroker, or Meathook, who uses a hook to steal any meat that's been left hanging to dry. Despite their troublesome nature, the Yule lads are beloved by the people of Iceland. Their stories are told with a fondness that turns their mischief into something almost endearing. Perhaps it's because, in the long, dark winter, their antics provide a sense of excitement, a break from the cold monotony. Or perhaps it's because they remind people that even in the midst of the darkest days, there is still room for playfulness, for a little bit of chaos. On Christmas Eve, the last of the Yule lads, Kertasniker, or Candle Stealer, makes his appearance. He's known for stealing candles, which were once a valuable commodity in Iceland's long winters. His visit marks the end of the Yule lads' mischief, as Christmas Day arrives and their work is done for another year. The children awake to find either gifts or potatoes in their shoes, a reminder of the fun and fear that the Yule lads bring. But even as the Yule lads retreat back to their mountain home, their presence lingers. The memory of their tricks, the laughter and the occasional fright they caused, stays with the children and adults alike, adding a special layer to the Christmas season in Iceland. Their stories are passed down from generation to generation, a playful yet cautionary tale that has woven itself into the fabric of Icelandic culture. And so, each year, as the snow falls and the days grow short, the Yule lads come again, one by one, bringing with them their strange mix of gifts and tricks, laughter and fear. They remind us that Christmas isn't just a time of joy and light, but also of mystery and mischief, where the lines between good and bad, naughty and nice, are blurred just enough to keep things interesting. In the heat of the West African sun, where the stories of the land are carried on the wind, there lives a figure whose name brings both laughter and lessons, Anansi, the spider. His web, though delicate and small, is spun with the threads of wit and wisdom, stretching across generations. Anansi is no ordinary spider. He is a trickster, a storyteller, a being who outwits the powerful and teaches the weak to rise. His stories are not just tales, they are life, woven into the fabric of everyday existence. And in the world of Anansi, intelligence reigns supreme. There is something mesmerizing about Anansi's cleverness. He is not the biggest or the strongest, but he is sharp, quick, and unafraid to challenge those who think they are above him. In his world, it is not brute strength that wins the day, but the ability to think, to twist a situation to your advantage, to use the mind like a weapon. And this is what makes him beloved. In his tricks, there is justice for the small, the weak, and the overlooked. One of Anansi's most famous tales is his quest to own all the stories in the world. Long ago, it was said that all stories belonged to Niam, the sky god. Anansi, though small and seemingly powerless, wanted those stories for himself and for the people. Niam laughed at the thought. "If you want the stories, you must bring me 3 impossible things," Niam said. He believed the challenge would end there, that no one could do the impossible. But Anansi, with his cunning, accepted. The tasks were daunting. Capture Mabaro, the hornets, then Osibo, the leopard, and finally, Moesha, the invisible fairy. Each task seemed beyond what a mere spider could achieve. Yet, Anansi knew that where others saw obstacles, he could find opportunity. For the hornets, Anansi filled a gourd with water and pretended it was raining, tricking the hornets into flying into the dry gourd for shelter. For the leopard, he dug a pit and convinced Osibo to fall in, trapping him. And for the fairy, Anansi created a sticky doll covered in gum, and when the fairy touched it, she became stuck. One by one, Anansi completed the tasks. Niam, shocked but amused, had no choice but to hand over the stories. And so it was that Anansi, the tiny spider, became the keeper of all tales, proving once again that wit could outmatch any obstacle. Through his cunning, he brought stories to the world, stories that would shape the culture, teach lessons, and entertain people for centuries to come. Anansi's tales are full of contradictions. He is both hero and troublemaker, wise and foolish, greedy yet generous. In one story, he hoards all the wisdom in the world, gathering it into a pot so no one else can have it. But when he tries to hide the pot high in a tree, he struggles to climb with it. His son, watching from below, suggests tying the pot to his back for balance. Furious that a child knew better than he, Anansi, in his anger, throws the pot to the ground, shattering it and scattering wisdom everywhere. And so, wisdom belongs to all, because of Anansi's folly. It is in these layers that Anansi becomes more than just a trickster. He is a mirror to human nature, showing how intelligence can sometimes be used selfishly, but also how it can backfire. His stories encourage people to think for themselves, to question the world around them, and to recognize that even the smallest creature can have the biggest impact. Anansi's presence is felt not only in his tales, but also in the symbols he carries. The spider, with its 8 legs, weaving intricate webs, is a symbol of creation and connection. The web represents how everything is linked, how actions ripple outwards, touching lives and destinies in ways unseen. In the same way, Anansi's stories travel, spreading across the Atlantic, carried in the hearts of those taken from West Africa to distant lands. His stories became part of the oral traditions in the Caribbean and the Americas, where enslaved people found hope and resilience in the cleverness of the spider. In those stories, Anansi was not just a trickster, he was a symbol of survival. When you are powerless, when the world seems stacked against you, sometimes your mind is the only thing you can rely on. Anansi showed that there is always a way to win, even when the odds are insurmountable. His tales were told in the dark corners of plantations, where laughter at his antics was a way of reclaiming humanity, of saying, "We may be small, but we are not defeated." To this day, Anansi's web stretches far. His stories are still told in Ghana, Nigeria, Jamaica, and beyond. Children grow up hearing of his exploits, laughing at his mischief, and learning from his cunning. His tales are passed from parent to child, a living thread that binds generations together, teaching them that no matter how hard life may seem, there is always a way through if you are clever enough. Anansi is more than just a trickster god, he is the embodiment of the human spirit's resilience. His web is not just a trap, but a symbol of creation, of weaving one's destiny with patience and skill. In his stories, there is always a reminder that the smallest, most underestimated creatures can rise up, challenge the powerful, and win, not with force, but with wit. And so, Anansi's legacy endures, a reminder that in a world full of giants and gods, the spider can still spin its web, small but strong, fragile but enduring. Through him, we learn that intelligence, creativity, and a little bit of trickery can change the world, one thread at a time. In the heart of South Africa, where the mountains meet the sky and the rivers carve their paths through the land, there is a tale that has echoed through the ages, a tale of the Grootslang. This creature, a blend of serpent and elephant, captures the imagination and stirs the heart. With the massive body of a snake and the powerful head of an elephant, the Grootslang is not just a creature of legend, it is a guardian of treasure, a keeper of secrets, and a symbol of the untamed wilderness. The Grootslang is said to dwell in a hidden cave deep within the earth, where glimmering treasures lie untouched. Stories tell of immense wealth, the gold and gems that have lured many brave souls into the dark depths of the cave, hoping to claim their fortune. Yet, those who seek the Grootslang's treasure must tread carefully. For the Grootslang is no ordinary creature, it is ancient and wise, possessing a strength that few can match. It waits in silence, its serpentine body coiled around the riches, ever watchful for intruders. Legends speak of the first Grootslang, born from the chaos of creation. The gods, in their desire to create life, crafted this creature but soon realized they had made a mistake. So powerful was the Grootslang that they decided to split it into 2 separate beings, the elephant and the serpent. But some say that one Grootslang escaped their grasp and still roams the earth, guarding its treasure and watching over the land. This myth serves as a reminder of the balance of nature and the consequences of humanity's greed. In this tale, the Grootslang becomes a symbol of nature's fury and beauty, embodying the fierce spirit of the wild. It reminds us of the power of the earth and the respect we owe to it. Many have ventured into the cave, tempted by the promise of riches, only to meet a terrible fate. The Grootslang is said to be both guardian and executioner, punishing those whose hearts are driven by greed. In its presence, one cannot help but feel a shiver of fear mixed with awe. The mere thought of encountering such a creature fills the air with tension, making the heart race. Imagine a group of treasure hunters, driven by tales of gold and glory. They venture into the cave, equipped with lanterns and swords, hearts full of hope. As they descend deeper into the darkness, the air grows colder and the shadows dance around them. They laugh nervously, trying to banish their fears, but the weight of their greed hangs heavily in the air. What they seek seems so close, yet they cannot shake the feeling that they are being watched. And then they see it, the Grootslang. It emerges from the darkness, a magnificent creature, its eyes glowing like embers in the night. The hunters freeze, transfixed by its size and majesty. They feel a mix of terror and wonder as the creature stares back at them, a silent judgment in its gaze. In that moment, they understand that they are not the hunters, but the hunted. The Grootslang is not simply a guardian, it is a living testament to the power of nature, an entity that demands respect. The Grootslang's presence tells a story that resonates deep within the soul. It speaks of the consequences of our actions, of the price we pay for greed. It challenges us to consider our desires and the impact they have on the world around us. The tale is not just about treasure, it is about the responsibility we carry to honor the earth and its mysteries. In the face of the Grootslang, those treasure hunters realize that true wealth does not lie in gold or jewels, but in the beauty of nature itself. The air becomes thick with understanding as they turn away from their greed. They retreat from the cave, leaving behind their dreams of riches, transformed by the experience. They carry with them a new story, one that speaks of respect, balance, and the unbreakable bond between humanity and nature. Over the years, the story of the Grootslang has spread, not just in South Africa, but around the world. It serves as a reminder that there are forces in nature that we cannot control, beings that demand our reverence. The Grootslang is both a myth and a reality, a powerful symbol of the unknown. It encourages us to approach the wild with humility and respect, to acknowledge the ancient wisdom that resides within the earth. Through the eyes of the Grootslang, we see the beauty of our world, the mountains that rise like giants, the rivers that flow with life, and the treasures that lie hidden beneath the surface. We learn to cherish the land, to understand that true wealth comes not from taking, but from giving back. The Grootslang teaches us that we are part of a larger story, one that is interconnected and ever-evolving. As the sun sets over the South African landscape, casting golden light across the earth, the tale of the Grootslang endures. It lives in the hearts of those who respect the land, who understand that the true treasures of life are not material but spiritual. In every whisper of the wind, and every rustle of the leaves, the Grootslang watches over us, a guardian of the past and a protector of the future. And so, as the stories continue to weave through the generations, the Grootslang stands as a reminder of the balance we must maintain with nature. It beckons us to listen to the earth's wisdom, to tread lightly, and to cherish the gifts it offers. For in doing so, we honor not just the Grootslang, but the very essence of life itself. In the shadowy corners of southern Africa, where the moonlight dances on the surface of tranquil waters, a figure stirs. This figure is known as the Tokolach, a small, mischievous water spirit that both fascinates and terrifies. The Tokolach embodies the unpredictable nature of life itself. This creature can be your friend, but it can also become your worst nightmare if it feels slighted. Legends describe the Tokolach as a tiny being, often no taller than a child's knee, with a humped back and wild hair. It is said to have a face that can either bring laughter or instill fear. It can move swiftly and silently, slipping through the shadows like a whisper on the wind. Some tales even say it can make itself invisible, which only adds to its allure and mystery. Despite its small size, the Tokolach carries the weight of immense power and a mischievous spirit. In many villages, the Tokolach is seen as a protector of water sources, guarding the rivers and lakes that are vital for life. It has a playful nature, often engaging in tricks that can leave people laughing or, at times, feeling anxious. But beware, the Tokolach does not take kindly to disrespect. It has the power to bring misfortune, illness, or even death to those who forget to pay it proper homage. It thrives on the balance of respect and fear, and its actions remind people of the delicate relationship they have with nature. Picture a small village nestled beside a shimmering lake, its residents living simple yet joyful lives. Children play in the fields, while the elders sit under the shade of ancient trees, sharing stories that have been passed down through generations. As twilight falls, a hush settles over the village. The water reflects the stars, and the night air is filled with the sounds of nature, crickets chirping, frogs croaking, and the soft rustle of leaves. But in the quiet, there lies a thread of tension. Everyone knows the legends of the Tokalash. One evening, a group of children gathered near the water's edge, their laughter ringing out into the night. They were unaware of the spirit lurking beneath the surface, watching them with keen eyes. The oldest among them, a boy named Themba, remembered the stories his grandmother had told him. "We must respect the water," he urged his friends. "If we don't, the Tokalash might come for us." His warning hung in the air like the sweet scent of wildflowers, but the others giggled, dismissing his fears as silly. They threw stones into the water, their laughter mingling with splashes. Thembai, the youngest of the group, felt a chill run down her spine. She had always believed in the Tokalash, even when her friends laughed at her fears. As the water rippled, she could almost see the small figure rising from the depths, its eyes sparkling with mischief. She clutched her doll tightly, feeling the comforting weight of it in her hands. Her grandmother had always told her that if she treated the Tokalash with kindness, it would bring her luck. But if she angered it, she might find herself facing its wrath. That night, as the stars twinkled above, the village was suddenly awakened by a commotion. Someone had fallen ill, and the air was thick with worry. Themba's heart sank as he listened to the elders murmur about the Tokalash. It had been angered by the children's laughter and disrespect. In their playful spirit, they had forgotten the rules that kept them safe. The village, usually filled with laughter, now echoed with fear and concern. The elders gathered to discuss how they might appease the Tokalash. They knew that offerings must be made, small tokens of gratitude to restore harmony. As the first light of dawn broke, they prepared food, flowers, and water, setting them at the water's edge. They spoke softly, their voices trembling with reverence. It was a heartfelt plea, asking for forgiveness and hoping to mend the rift that had formed between the spirit and the village. As they completed their offerings, a gentle breeze swept across the lake, carrying the scent of the food to the surface. The waters began to shimmer, and for a brief moment, the children saw the Tokalash rise. Its small figure glimmered in the morning light, and its eyes shone with a playful mischief. Themba held his breath, feeling both fear and awe. The Tokalash tilted its head, as if considering the offerings laid out before it. In that moment, the children understood the true power of the Tokalash, not just as a spirit that could bring harm, but as a reminder of the need for balance and respect. They felt a wave of warmth wash over them, a sense of hope that they could restore the connection they had lost. They promised to honor the spirit and to be mindful of their actions. As the sun rose higher in the sky, the village began to buzz with life again. The sick child slowly recovered, and laughter returned to the fields. The Tokalash had granted them a second chance. The elders spoke of the importance of living in harmony with nature, reminding everyone that respect must always be at the heart of their relationship with the spirit world. The legend of the Tokalash grew, becoming a tale of caution and wonder. Children learned to approach the water with care, to whisper their greetings, and to leave offerings that showed their gratitude. The village flourished, and the spirit continued to watch over them, reminding them of the thin line between mischief and danger. As the years passed, the Tokalash became not just a figure of fear, but also one of friendship. The villagers learned to tell stories that celebrated its spirit, creating songs and dances that honored the balance between human life and the world of spirits. They no longer laughed at the legend, but embraced it as a vital part of their culture. In the end, the Tokalash taught the village a lesson that echoed through time, that the smallest beings can hold the greatest power, and that respect, gratitude, and kindness are the keys to harmony. In this small corner of southern Africa, the Tokalash remains a beloved spirit, reminding everyone of the importance of living in balance with the world around them. As the moonlight dances upon the waters, the laughter of children mingles with the gentle whisper of the wind, and the spirit of the Tokalash watches over them, ever vigilant, ever wise. In the warm, whispering nights of West Africa, where the air is thick with the scent of earth and the songs of crickets, a flicker of light dances through the shadows. It glows softly, captivating anyone who happens to glance its way. But be cautious, for this light is not what it seems. It could be the Adze, a shape-shifting vampire that takes the form of a firefly, luring the unsuspecting into its trap. As darkness falls, the world transforms. The familiar paths become a maze of uncertainty, where every rustle in the bushes can be a gentle breeze or a lurking danger. The Adze is said to glide effortlessly through the night sky, its tiny glow mesmerizing those who encounter it. People often speak of the flickering light as an invitation, a beckoning to follow. But those who have listened to this call know better. The Adze feeds on the very essence of life, draining the energy from those it ensnares. In villages nestled under the blanket of stars, tales of the Adze circulate like the wind. Mothers whisper warnings to their children, urging them to avoid the firefly's glow. Don't chase it, they say, eyes wide with concern. It's not just a pretty light. It's the Adze. The children, filled with a mix of curiosity and fear, shiver at the thought. They imagine the creature lurking in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike. But the Adze is more than a mere monster, it is a reflection of the human fears and desires that linger in the dark. Those who fall victim to its charm often find themselves lost, not just in the physical sense, but in the depths of their own choices. The creature embodies the temptation that beckons from the edges of the light, promising thrills but delivering despair. One night, a young girl named Abina sat outside her home, the soft glow of the moon casting silver light on her face. She had heard the stories of the Adze, but she was brave and curious. As she watched the night come alive, a tiny light flickered in the distance. It danced like a star fallen from the heavens. Her heart raced with excitement and fear. Could it really be the Adze, she wondered? Or is it just a firefly? As the light moved closer, Abina felt drawn to it. Every flicker seemed to whisper her name, tempting her to chase after it. Just a little closer, she thought, her feet moving almost of their own accord. She stepped away from her home, the warm safety of her family fading behind her. She could hear her grandmother's voice warning her, but it seemed distant now, like an echo in her mind. The light led her deeper into the forest, where the trees loomed tall and ancient. Shadows twisted and turned, creating shapes that danced in the corner of her eye. With every step, Abina felt the thrill of adventure coursing through her veins, mixed with a growing sense of unease. The forest was alive, but was it friendly? Or was it hiding something far more sinister? Suddenly, the firefly flickered brightly, and for a moment, Abina was engulfed in light. She gasped, feeling a strange warmth envelop her. Then, just as quickly, the light vanished. Panic gripped her heart as darkness closed in around her. "Where am I?" she cried out, her voice swallowed by the stillness of the night. The familiar sounds of her village faded, replaced by a heavy silence that felt suffocating. Abina realized she was alone, and the weight of her choices settled upon her like a heavy cloak. The firefly had vanished, leaving only the dark expanse of the forest behind. She called out for help, but the only response was the rustling of leaves, mocking her fear. Just then, she heard a soft fluttering nearby. Abina turned to see the firefly reappear, glowing dimly in the shadows. Relief washed over her, but it was short-lived as the realization hit her. The firefly had tricked her, drawing her away from the safety of her home and into the unknown. The light seemed to pulse, and Abina felt a strange pull, as if the creature was feeding off her fear and confusion. In that moment, the stories of her childhood flooded back. She remembered the tales of those who had been lost to the Adze, how they had chased the light only to find themselves trapped in darkness. It dawned on her that the Adze was not just a creature of the night, it was a reflection of her own desires, the yearning for excitement and adventure that could lead to danger. Summoning every ounce of strength, Abina took a deep breath and turned her back on the firefly. "You won't catch me," she declared, her voice stronger than she felt. With determination, she retraced her steps, the path home illuminated by the faint memory of safety. The darkness seemed to shift around her, trying to pull her back, but she refused to look back. As she ran, the flickering light grew dimmer, and with each stride, she felt the weight of fear lift from her shoulders. The forest whispered around her, and she could hear the sound of her heart pounding in her chest. Abina emerged from the trees, the familiar sights of her village coming into view. The glow of lanterns flickered in the distance, warm and inviting. As she crossed the threshold of her home, a wave of relief washed over her. She was safe. The light that had tempted her now felt distant, almost like a fading dream. Abina collapsed onto her porch, breathless but free. In that moment, she understood that the Adze, with all its allure, was nothing compared to the warmth and love of home. From that day forward, Abina carried the lessons of the Adze with her. She learned that while it's easy to be drawn to the bright and shiny things in life, one must be cautious of the paths they lead you down. Every flickering light holds the potential for both beauty and danger, and sometimes, the safest choice is to stay where the love shines brightest. The stories of the Adze continued to echo through the village, warnings wrapped in the comforting arms of tradition. Abina's experience became a tale of its own, passed down from generation to generation, reminding everyone of the importance of staying true to oneself, even when the world beckons with dazzling lights. The Adze, the shape-shifting vampire of West Africa, became a symbol not just of fear, but of wisdom, the wisdom to recognize what truly matters, and to never stray too far from the light of home. In the stillness of the South African night, when the stars twinkle like scattered diamonds against the velvet sky, a legend stirs in the depths of the lakes. It is said that beneath the surface lies the Nkinyamba, a serpent-like creature whose presence sends shivers down the spine. This ancient being is more than just a myth. It is a harbinger of storms and a keeper of secrets that echo through the valleys and mountains. The Nkinyamba is no ordinary creature. Its massive, undulating form is said to glide through the water with grace, its scales glinting in the moonlight like polished silver. The air around the lake seems to thicken with anticipation when it stirs. Those who have seen it speak of its eyes, deep and knowing, like pools of darkness that reflect the fears and dreams of those who gaze into them. The creature is both beautiful and terrifying, a duality that captures the imagination of all who hear its tale. For generations, the Zulu people have spoken of the Nkinyamba with reverence and fear. It is said that when storms rage and lightning splits the sky, the creature is awakening. The winds howl and the rain falls in sheets, as if the heavens themselves are responding to the presence of the serpent. Many believe that the Nkinyamba has the power to control the weather, and when it is angered, it unleashes its fury upon the land. The story of the Nkinyamba is woven into the fabric of everyday life for those living near the lakes. Children gather around their elders, eyes wide with wonder, as the tales unfold. One such story tells of a young girl named Thandi who lived in a village not far from the Great Lake. She was known for her laughter, a sound so pure that it seemed to brighten even the darkest days. Thandi loved the lake, spending hours by its edge, watching the ripples dance across the surface and dreaming of adventures that lay beyond the horizon. One fateful day, as Thandi played by the water, dark clouds began to gather overhead. The sky turned a menacing shade of gray, and the wind whipped through the trees, sending leaves spiraling into the air. Thandi felt a chill run down her spine, but her curiosity drew her closer to the water. As the first drops of rain began to fall, she noticed the lake shimmering with an unusual intensity. Suddenly, the water churned violently, and from its depths emerged the Nkinyamba. Thandi stood frozen, her heart racing as the serpent broke the surface, water cascading off its massive body. Its presence was overwhelming, and the world around her fell silent. In that moment, she felt a connection, as if the creature could sense her spirit. With each heartbeat, the storm grew fiercer, but Thandi remained transfixed. She sensed the creature's pain, an anguish that mirrored the turmoil in her own heart. The Nkinyamba was more than a monster, it was a guardian, burdened by the storms it summoned and the chaos it unleashed. Thandi could see in its eyes the longing for peace, a desire to be understood. As the winds howled and the rain poured down, Thandi summoned all her courage. She took a step closer to the lake, feeling the cool water lapping at her feet. "I understand you," she called out, her voice strong despite the tempest. "You are not alone. I see your pain." To her astonishment, the storm began to subside. The winds quieted, and the rain fell softly, like a gentle caress. The Nkinyamba lowered its massive head, and for a brief moment, Thandi felt a wave of calm wash over her. It was as if the creature was acknowledging her words, the bond between them growing stronger. In that moment, she realized the true nature of the Enkinyamba. It was a reflection of the struggles faced by her people, a symbol of the storms they endured, both in nature and in life. Just as the Enkinyamba sought solace in the depths of the lake, her community longed for peace amid the challenges that surrounded them. As the rain continued to fall softly, Thandi stepped back, her heart filled with understanding. "You do not have to bring the storms," she whispered. "You can choose to bring calm." The Enkinyamba swayed gently in the water, its presence becoming less menacing, more majestic. It seemed to listen, the connection between them palpable and real. With one last flick of its tail, the Enkinyamba submerged into the depths, leaving only ripples behind. Thandi stood by the lake, her heart racing but filled with a newfound hope. The storm had passed, and the sun began to break through the clouds, casting a warm glow over the landscape. Word of Thandi's encounter spread throughout the village. The elders listened, eyes wide with awe, as she recounted the moment she had spoken to the Enkinyamba. They spoke of the importance of understanding the forces of nature, of respecting the spirits that inhabit the world around them. The Enkinyamba became a symbol of not just fear, but of balance and harmony, a reminder that the storms we face can also lead to growth and connection. As years passed, the villagers continued to share the story of Thandi and the Enkinyamba. They learned to listen to the whispers of the wind and to feel the energy of the storms. Children were taught to respect the lake and its guardian, knowing that with every storm comes the potential for new beginnings. Thandi grew into a wise woman, her laughter still ringing through the village like a melody. She often returned to the lake, sharing stories of the Enkinyamba with the next generation. Each time she looked into the water, she felt the presence of the serpent, a reminder of the bond they shared. It was a connection that transcended fear, rooted in understanding and compassion. The Enkinyamba, once a symbol of chaos and storms, transformed into a guardian of the land, a protector of those who honored the balance of nature. And in the hearts of the villagers, the legend lived on, reminding them that even the fiercest storms can give way to beauty, and that understanding can create a bridge between worlds. The legend of the Enkinyamba teaches us about the power of empathy and connection. It reminds us that even in the darkest moments, we can find light by reaching out to understand those around us. In the depths of the lake, the serpent waits, not as a monster, but as a symbol of the storms we all face and the peace we can find when we learn to listen. In the heart of Chinese culture, a majestic creature soars through the skies, a dragon. This isn't just any dragon, it is a symbol of power, strength, and good fortune. For centuries, the Chinese dragon has captured the imagination of people, representing not just might, but also wisdom and protection. With its long, sinuous body and vibrant colors, this creature has become a beloved figure in legends and traditions, evoking both awe and reverence. The dragon is often depicted with a long, scaled body that winds through the clouds, sharp claws, and a face that exudes authority. Its eyes gleam with intelligence, and its presence demands respect. Unlike the fearsome, fire-breathing dragons of Western folklore, the Chinese dragon embodies harmony and benevolence. It is said to control the rain and rivers, bringing life to the land. When storms roll in, many believe it is the dragon dancing in the sky, celebrating the nourishing waters it sends down. In a small village nestled among lush hills and flowing rivers, the people lived in the shadow of a magnificent mountain. The mountain was said to be the home of a powerful dragon, a guardian that watched over the land. Each year, the villagers held a festival to honor this majestic creature. They decorated their homes with vibrant red lanterns, hung colorful banners, and prepared delicious food to celebrate the dragon's presence. It was a time of joy and gratitude, a time to ask for blessings in the coming year. One year, as the festival approached, the village was struck by a terrible drought. The sun blazed in the sky, unyielding and fierce. The rivers that once flowed freely were reduced to mere trickles. The villagers watched in despair as their crops wilted and their animals suffered. Fear gripped their hearts, and many began to doubt whether the dragon still cared for them. They wondered if they had done something to anger their guardian. Among the villagers was a young girl named May. She had always believed in the dragon's power and kindness. Her grandmother had told her stories of how the dragon would swoop down from the mountain to help those in need. Inspired by these tales, May decided she would take it upon herself to bring the dragon back to their village. With a heart full of hope, she set out on a journey to the mountain. As she climbed the rocky path, May felt the weight of the world on her small shoulders. The air grew thinner, and each step became more challenging. But she pressed on, remembering her village and the suffering they endured. After hours of climbing, she finally reached the summit. Standing there, she looked out at the parched land below, tears streaming down her face. "Great dragon," she called, her voice echoing against the cliffs. "Please hear my plea. Our village is suffering. We need your help. We believe in your power and kindness. Please come back to us." The wind whipped around her, carrying her words into the vast sky. For a moment, everything was silent. Then, a rumble shook the ground beneath her feet. May's heart raced as dark clouds gathered above, swirling ominously. The air crackled with energy, and she sensed that something extraordinary was about to happen. From the depths of the clouds, the dragon emerged. Its scales shimmered like jewels, catching the light in a dazzling display. The sight took May's breath away. The dragon descended gracefully, its eyes locking onto hers. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of connection, as if the dragon could understand her heart's deepest desires. The dragon landed gently beside her, its massive body curling around the rocky outcropping. "Little one," it spoke, its voice resonating like thunder, yet soothing like a gentle breeze. "Why do you summon me?" With a trembling heart, May explained the plight of her village, her voice filled with emotion. She spoke of the drought, the despair, and the hope the villagers held in their hearts. The dragon listened intently, its eyes softening as it absorbed her words. "You have shown great courage to come here, May," the dragon said. "It takes bravery to ask for help, especially when you feel so small in the face of such a big problem. Your love for your village has brought me back." May felt a surge of warmth at the dragon's words, filling her with hope. "Can you help us? Can you bring the rain back to our village?" she pleaded, her heart racing. The dragon nodded, a sense of determination in its gaze. "I will bring the rain, but remember, it is not only my power that sustains the land. It is the love and care of the people that keeps the balance. You must continue to honor the earth and each other." With that, the dragon spread its wings wide, and a powerful gust of wind swirled around them. It took off into the sky, soaring high above the mountain, leaving a trail of shimmering light behind. May watched in awe as the dragon danced among the clouds, creating a spectacle that lit up the sky. As it flew, dark clouds began to gather over the village, and the air turned electric with anticipation. The villagers looked up, their hearts pounding in hope and fear. Then, with a roar that echoed like a blessing, the dragon unleashed a torrent of rain. The drops fell like jewels, drenching the earth, filling the rivers, and reviving the thirsty land. Joy erupted in the village. People rushed out of their homes, laughter and shouts of gratitude filling the air. They danced in the rain, tears of happiness mingling with the droplets. The crops, once wilting, began to stand tall and vibrant, their colors bursting forth like a celebration of life. May returned to her village, her heart swelling with pride and joy. She had faced her fears, and in doing so, she had brought back the spirit of the dragon. The villagers welcomed her with open arms, praising her bravery and strength. From that day on, they honored the dragon not just in festivals, but in their everyday lives. They remembered the lessons of love, respect, and gratitude that May had learned. As the years passed, the dragon remained a symbol of hope for the village. Whenever storms rolled in, they did not fear the thunder, but welcomed it, knowing it was their guardian watching over them. And every time the skies cleared and a rainbow stretched across the horizon, they would whisper a prayer of thanks to the dragon, their hearts forever intertwined with the spirit of power, strength, and good fortune. May grew old, her laughter echoing through the village as she shared the story of her encounter with the dragon. Each retelling inspired generations to honor the bond between nature and humanity. The dragon became not just a myth, but a living testament to the strength that lies within each of us when we dare to believe and to care for one another. In the end, the story of the Chinese dragon teaches us that true strength comes not from power alone, but from the love and compassion we share. It reminds us that we all have the ability to be guardians of our own communities, nurturing the bonds that connect us and honoring the spirits that guide us along the way. In the serene forests of Japan, where the trees whisper secrets and the wind carries stories, there exists a creature both enchanting and mysterious, the Kitsune. This shape-shifting fox spirit is celebrated for its intelligence, magical abilities, and deep connection to the spirit world. The Kitsune is not just a fox, it is a guardian, a trickster, and a symbol of hope, weaving its way into the hearts of those who believe. Once, in a quiet village nestled between mountains and rivers, lived a kind-hearted girl named Aiko. She spent her days helping her family, tending to their small rice fields, and caring for the animals. But Aiko had a secret, a deep longing for adventure and a love for the tales of the Kitsune. Her grandmother often shared stories of these magical foxes, describing how they could transform into beautiful women, using their wits and wisdom to help those in need. Aiko dreamed of meeting a Kitsune, hoping to experience the magic of their world. One crisp autumn evening, as Aiko wandered into the forest to gather firewood, she heard a soft, melodic sound. It was like laughter, mingled with the rustling of leaves. Curious, she followed the sound deeper into the woods. The trees towered above her, their branches forming a canopy that filtered the golden sunlight. Aiko's heart raced with excitement and a hint of fear, but she pressed on, her spirit drawn to the enchanting music. After what felt like an eternity, she stumbled upon a small clearing. In the center stood a beautiful fox with fur that glimmered like silver. Its eyes sparkled with mischief and wisdom, and as Aiko approached, it transformed before her very eyes into a stunning woman. Aiko gasped in awe, recognizing her from the stories. It was a Kitsune. "Welcome, dear child," the Kitsune said, her voice like a gentle breeze. "I am Hikari, a guardian of this forest. You have shown bravery by seeking the unknown. What brings you here?" Aiko, trembling with excitement and nerves, replied, "I have always wanted to meet a Kitsune. I've heard so many stories about your magic and wisdom. I hope to find you and learn from you." Hikari smiled, her eyes sparkling with kindness. "You have found me, and for that, I am grateful. But remember, magic comes with responsibilities. If you wish to learn, you must also promise to protect this land and its creatures." Without hesitation, Aiko agreed, her heart swelling with determination. She felt an unexplainable connection to Hikari, as if they were destined to meet. In that moment, she knew she would do everything in her power to honor the Kitsune's wishes. Over the next few weeks, Hikari taught Aiko the secrets of the forest. They wandered through the vibrant woods, where sunlight danced on the leaves, and the air was rich with the scent of pine and earth. Hikari showed Aiko how to listen to the whispers of the trees, how to communicate with the animals, and how to understand the delicate balance of nature. With every lesson, Aiko's heart grew fuller, and she felt a sense of belonging she had never known before. But as the days passed, shadows began to creep into the village. A terrible drought struck the land, causing the rivers to dry up and the crops to wither. Fear and despair filled the hearts of the villagers, and many lost hope. They began to blame the forest, believing it had turned against them. Aiko felt a heavy weight on her heart, knowing that without the forest, Hikari and her magic would vanish. Determined to help her village, Aiko rushed to the clearing to seek Hikari's guidance. "Hikari, the village is suffering. We need your magic to bring back the rain. Please help us." Hikari's expression turned serious. "The drought is a warning, Aiko. The balance has been disrupted. The villagers have forgotten the importance of the land and its spirits. They must remember to live in harmony with nature, or they will lose everything." Aiko felt a sense of urgency. "But how can I make them understand? They are afraid and angry. They need help now." With a knowing smile, Hikari placed her hand on Aiko's shoulder. "You have learned well, dear child. You must be the bridge between the villagers and the forest. Show them the beauty and importance of the land. Remind them of the magic that exists all around them. Fueled by determination, Aiko returned to the village. She gathered the villagers and told them about her time with Hikari, the lessons she had learned, and the magic that flowed through the forest. She spoke of the beauty of the trees, the importance of the rivers, and how their actions affected the delicate balance of nature. At first, the villagers were skeptical. They had long forgotten the ways of the forest and dismissed her words as the ramblings of a child. But Aiko's passion shone through, and slowly, their hearts began to soften. She invited them to the forest, urging them to see the beauty she had experienced. With each step they took together, the villagers began to see the world through Aiko's eyes. They watched as the leaves shimmered in the sunlight, heard the gentle songs of the birds, and felt the warmth of the earth beneath their feet. Aiko guided them to the river's edge, where the water trickled weakly, but still held the promise of life. As they stood together, she reminded them of their connection to the land. "Together, we can heal this place," Aiko urged, her voice filled with hope. "We must respect the forest and the spirits that dwell within it. If we work as one, we can bring back the balance and call the rain once more." Moved by Aiko's sincerity, the villagers agreed to help. They returned to their fields, offering gratitude to the land. They planted new seeds with care, promising to nurture them and honor the earth. They gathered together in the evenings, sharing stories of the old ways, rediscovering the bond they had with nature. Days turned into weeks, and the villagers' efforts began to pay off. The skies grew darker, clouds rolling in like a comforting blanket. On one fateful day, as they stood in their fields, the first drops of rain began to fall. It was gentle at first, but soon turned into a torrential downpour. The villagers rejoiced, dancing in the rain as it soaked the parched earth. Their laughter echoed through the valley, a sound that filled the air with joy and hope. Amidst the celebration, Aiko felt a familiar presence beside her. Hikari appeared, a proud smile gracing her lips. "You have done well, Aiko. You have shown your village the power of connection and the importance of respect for the land. The balance is restored." Aiko beamed with pride, her heart swelling with gratitude for the Kitsune's guidance. "I couldn't have done it without you, Hikari. You believed in me when I didn't believe in myself." Hikari nodded, her eyes shimmering with warmth. "Remember, dear child, that magic exists in all of us. It is in the love we share, the kindness we offer, and the respect we give to the world around us. As long as you carry this magic in your heart, it will never fade." As the seasons changed, the village flourished once more. The crops thrived, the rivers flowed freely, and the bond between the villagers and the forest grew stronger. Aiko became a protector of the land, sharing her knowledge with others and reminding them of the importance of harmony with nature. And as the years passed, the legend of the Kitsune spread far and wide, a symbol of intelligence, wisdom, and the magic that exists within all of us. Aiko often returned to the forest, knowing that Hikari would always be there, watching over her and the village, a guardian spirit guiding them through the challenges of life. In the end, the story of the Kitsune teaches us that true magic lies not only in extraordinary abilities, but in the everyday choices we make to care for our world and each other. It reminds us that we are all connected, and when we honor that bond, we can create a life filled with wonder, love, and endless possibilities. In the ancient tales of India, amidst the swirling colors and vibrant cultures, there exists a magnificent creature that captures the imagination, the Garuda. This giant bird-like being is not just a symbol of power, it embodies loyalty, strength, and the unbreakable bond between the divine and the earth. The stories of Garuda are rich and stirring, filled with bravery and the spirit of protection that resonate deeply within the hearts of those who hear them. One such tale begins in a time long ago, in a village nestled between lush green hills and flowing rivers. Here lived a young boy named Arjun. He was an ordinary child with dreams that soared high above the clouds, much like the Garuda itself. Every evening, Arjun would sit on the banks of the river, watching the sky change colors as the sun dipped below the horizon. He would close his eyes, imagining himself riding on the back of Garuda, flying over the mountains and across the seas, feeling the rush of the wind beneath him. Arjun's fascination with the Garuda stemmed from the stories his grandmother told him. She would weave tales of this mighty bird, a creature so powerful that it could create storms with a flap of its wings, and so wise that it served as the mount of Lord Vishnu, the protector of the universe. These stories filled Arjun with awe, and he often dreamed of one day seeing the great Garuda in person. One fateful day, as Arjun wandered through the forest collecting herbs for his grandmother, he heard a soft, mournful cry. It echoed through the trees, a sound that tugged at his heart. He followed the sound, his curiosity leading him deeper into the woods. As he approached a clearing, he was met with an incredible sight, a young Garuda, its feathers a dazzling gold, lying helplessly on the ground. The bird's enormous wings were tangled in vines, and it looked up at Arjun with eyes full of pain and fear. Without a second thought, Arjun rushed to the creature's side. He could feel the warmth radiating from its body, and despite its size, there was a gentleness in its gaze. "Don't be afraid," he whispered, his voice steady. "I will help you." With careful hands, Arjun began to untangle the vines, working with all his strength and determination. As he worked, he talked to the Garuda, sharing stories of his dreams and hopes, soothing the creature with his words. With each vine he removed, the Garuda's eyes brightened, and soon, with one final tug, the last of the vines fell away. The Garuda stretched its wings, testing them before flapping them in joyful relief. "Thank you, kind boy," the Garuda spoke, its voice like thunder yet tender. "You have saved me from my despair. As a token of my gratitude, I will grant you a wish. Speak it, and it shall be yours." Arjun's heart raced at the offer. He thought of all his dreams, of adventure, of flying high above the world, of seeing distant lands. But deep down, he felt something greater. He remembered the stories of the Garuda serving Lord Vishnu, of how it protected the innocent and fought against evil. "I wish for the strength to protect my village, to help those in need," he said, his voice steady with resolve. The Garuda regarded him with pride. "A noble wish indeed," it replied. "You shall be granted the strength of 1,000 warriors, but remember, true strength lies not just in power, but in compassion and wisdom. Use it well." With a mighty flap of its wings, the Garuda rose into the sky, its golden form shining against the blue backdrop. As it soared higher, a warm light enveloped Arjun, filling him with an incredible energy that coursed through his veins. He felt invincible, as if he could take on any challenge. As the days passed, Arjun discovered his newfound strength. He helped the villagers rebuild their homes after a storm, carried heavy loads without breaking a sweat, and defended them against wild animals. His actions earned him the admiration of everyone in the village, but Arjun remained humble, always attributing his abilities to the Garuda's gift. But one day, darkness fell upon the village. A fierce band of marauders swept in, threatening to take everything the villagers held dear. Fear gripped the hearts of the people as they watched their lives being torn apart. In that moment of desperation, Arjun knew he had to act. He remembered the Garuda's words, the importance of using strength for good. With determination burning in his heart, Arjun stepped forward to confront the marauders. "You will not take from us," he shouted, his voice strong and unwavering. The bandits laughed, mocking him for standing against them. But Arjun stood firm, channeling the strength that the Garuda had bestowed upon him. As the marauders charged, Arjun leaped into action. He moved with a speed and agility that astonished everyone around him. With each swing of his arm, he deflected their blows, his heart filled with the power of the Garuda. The villagers watched in awe as Arjun fought valiantly, pushing back against the marauders. Just when it seemed that the fight would overwhelm him, a great shadow passed over the field. The villagers looked up in disbelief as the Garuda swooped down, its golden wings stretching wide, casting a brilliant light over the chaos. With a roar that shook the earth, the Garuda joined Arjun in the fight. Together, they became an unstoppable force, driving the marauders away, their hearts united in the pursuit of justice. When the battle was over, the villagers erupted in cheers, their spirits lifted. They gathered around Arjun and the Garuda, grateful for their bravery. Arjun, overwhelmed with emotion, knelt before the mighty bird. "Thank you for coming to our aid," he said, tears of joy streaming down his face. The Garuda nodded, its eyes filled with pride. You have proven yourself to be a true protector, Arjun. You have shown that strength is not just in power, but in love and courage. Remember this, and you will always have the heart of a warrior. As the sun began to set, casting a warm glow over the village, the Garuda spread its wings once more. I must return to the skies, it said, its voice softening. But I will always be with you, guiding and watching over you. Whenever you feel doubt, look to the sky, and remember the strength within you. With those words, the Garuda took to the air, soaring high above the village, a symbol of hope and protection. Arjun stood in the fading light, his heart brimming with gratitude. He had learned that true strength comes from kindness, bravery, and the willingness to fight for what is right. From that day on, Arjun became a legendary figure in the village. He taught others to stand together, to protect one another, and to honor the spirit of the Garuda. Each time a child looked up to the sky and marveled at the sight of a bird soaring above, they would remember the story of Arjun and the mighty Garuda, a tale of courage, strength, and the unbreakable bond between humans and the divine. In the lush, vibrant lands of Southeast Asia, where rivers weave through emerald jungles and the sun casts a golden glow over tranquil waters, there exists a magnificent and mysterious creature known as the Naga. These serpentine deities are not just ordinary beings, they are revered protectors of water, guardians of life, and symbols of strength and beauty. The stories of the Naga resonate deeply within the hearts of those who live near the rivers and oceans, weaving together the fabric of culture, spirituality, and the natural world. One hot afternoon, in a small village nestled alongside a shimmering river, a young girl named May sat by the water's edge. Her long black hair danced in the gentle breeze as she dipped her toes into the cool, refreshing water. She watched the sunlight sparkled like diamonds on the river's surface, and in her heart, she felt a connection to the water that was hard to explain. It was as if the river was whispering secrets only she could hear. May's grandmother often told her tales of the Naga, explaining how these powerful beings lived in the depths of the rivers and oceans, watching over all who depended on the water. They have the ability to shapeshift, her grandmother would say, transforming into stunning human forms or magnificent serpents. They are protectors, ensuring that the waters remain pure and life-giving. These stories filled May with wonder, igniting her imagination. She longed to see a Naga, to witness its beauty and power firsthand. With each passing day, she would sit by the river, hoping to catch a glimpse of the legendary creature her grandmother had spoken of. One evening, as the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, May noticed something unusual in the water. A shimmering light danced just below the surface, captivating her attention. Heart racing with excitement, she leaned closer, her breath catching in her throat. Suddenly, the water rippled, and before her eyes, a magnificent Naga emerged. Its scales gleamed like precious gems, reflecting the colors of the sunset. The creature was long and graceful, its eyes wise and ancient, filled with an understanding that seemed to span centuries. May gasped, unable to look away. The Naga swam gracefully, circling around her with an elegance that made her heart soar. "Do not be afraid, child," it spoke, its voice like the gentle rustling of leaves. "I am Naga, guardian of this river. I have watched you, and I sense your deep love for the water." Overwhelmed by emotion, May nodded, tears of joy brimming in her eyes. "I've always wanted to see you. I've heard so many stories. You are beautiful beyond words." The Naga smiled, and in that moment, May felt a warmth spread through her, a sense of belonging that enveloped her like a comforting embrace. "Thank you, dear child. The stories you hear are a reflection of the bond between humans and nature. You must remember that we are connected, and we rely on each other." As they spoke, May shared her hopes and dreams, her fears and aspirations. She revealed her desire to protect the river and the creatures that lived within it. The Naga listened intently, nodding in understanding. "Your heart is pure, and your intentions are noble. You possess a gift that can change the fate of this river and the lives that depend on it." With that, the Naga beckoned May to join it in the water. With a mixture of excitement and trepidation, she stepped in, feeling the cool water wrap around her legs. The moment she entered, she felt a surge of energy coursing through her. The Naga swirled around her, and suddenly, May found herself surrounded by a dazzling array of colors, vibrant fish, intricate corals, and glistening plants that thrived in the water. It was a world of beauty that took her breath away. Every creature here has its purpose, the Naga explained. They depend on the water, just as you depend on them. Protecting this river means protecting all life. If we lose sight of that, we risk losing everything. As the days turned into weeks, May spent every moment she could by the river, learning from the Naga. Together, they explored the depths of the water, discovering hidden caves and secret alcoves where the most beautiful treasures lay. The Naga taught her the songs of the river, melodies that could heal and inspire. With each lesson, May felt her connection to the water grow stronger, and her resolve to protect it solidified. One day, as May and the Naga floated on the surface of the river, a storm began to brew in the distance. The sky darkened, and fierce winds whipped through the trees. Fear gripped May's heart as she watched the storm approach. "What will happen to the river?" she asked, her voice trembling. The Naga's expression turned serious. "We must prepare. The storm may bring destruction, but it is also an opportunity for renewal. We must remind the people of this village of their responsibility toward the water. They must understand that their actions have consequences." May knew what she had to do. Gathering her courage, she rushed back to the village, calling for everyone to come together. "The river needs us. We must protect it from the storm and help it heal after," she urged. The villagers, initially hesitant, could see the determination in May's eyes. They followed her to the riverbank, ready to act. As the storm raged on, the villagers worked together, clearing debris, securing the banks, and reinforcing the areas that needed protection. The Naga watched from the water, a proud smile on its face. "You see, May? Together, you can create change. When hearts unite, they become a powerful force." When the storm finally passed, the river swelled, but the villagers had prepared. The bond they shared with the water, with the Naga watching over them, grew stronger. May felt an overwhelming sense of hope as she saw her friends and family working together for the common good. In the aftermath, the river slowly returned to its serene state. The sun broke through the clouds, casting a beautiful light over the water. As May stood on the riverbank, she felt the presence of the Naga beside her, its eyes sparkling with pride. "You have done well, dear child. Your love for the river has inspired your community to care for it. Remember, the Naga lives within you, in your heart. Always protect what you love." With those words, the Naga slowly sank beneath the surface, leaving May with a sense of peace and fulfillment. From that day on, she became the protector of the river, sharing the wisdom of the Naga with everyone. Each time she heard the gentle flow of the water, she felt its heartbeat, a reminder of the connection they all shared. May grew into a woman of great respect and honor in her village, known as the guardian of the river. She continued to teach the importance of protecting the water and its creatures, ensuring that the spirit of the Naga lived on in the hearts of everyone. The stories of the Naga were passed down through generations, reminding all who heard them of the beauty of the water and the bonds that connect us all. In the end, the Naga was more than a mythical being. It became a symbol of hope, unity, and the importance of respecting nature. Every ripple in the river and every splash of water held the spirit of the Naga, whispering stories of bravery, love, and protection. Through May's courage and the enduring spirit of the Naga, the river flowed freely, a testament to the incredible power of connection and the profound impact of caring for the world around us. In the vast deserts of the Middle East, where the sun blazes down and the winds whisper secrets through the dunes, there are tales of supernatural beings known as jinn. These mystical creatures are often described as beings of smokeless fire, capable of both incredible kindness and terrifying mischief. Their presence lingers in the hearts and minds of the people, weaving a rich tapestry of stories that span generations. One evening, as the golden sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the sand, a young boy named Amir sat outside his humble home. He watched as the stars began to twinkle in the clear night sky, each one a tiny beacon of light against the darkness. His grandmother had always told him stories about the jinn, tales filled with wonder and caution. She often warned him that while some jinn were friendly and helpful, others were mischievous or even dangerous. Amir's heart raced with excitement as he recalled one of her stories. It was about a jinn named Azar, who had the power to grant wishes. Unlike other jinn, who often tricked people with their cunning, Azar was known for his benevolence. If you find him, his grandmother had said, and if your heart is pure, he might just grant you a wish. Amir dreamt of meeting Azar and hoped he could ask for something special, a way to help his family, who struggled to make ends meet. As night fell, Amir's mind was filled with thoughts of Azar. He decided he would call out to the jinn, hoping for a chance encounter. He took a deep breath, his voice trembling with a mix of fear and hope, and whispered into the cool night air, "Azar, if you are out there, please hear me. I wish to meet you." To Amir's astonishment, a soft wind began to swirl around him, lifting the sand and making it dance in the moonlight. In the middle of the gust, a figure materialized, slowly taking form before his wide eyes. Azar appeared, with shimmering skin that glowed softly under the stars, and eyes that sparkled with wisdom and mischief. Amir could hardly believe what he was seeing. It was like a dream come to life. "Why do you call for me, young one?" Azar asked, his voice smooth and melodic, like a gentle breeze. Amir's heart raced, and he felt both fear and excitement flooding through him. I want to help my family," he stammered, trying to find his voice. "We are poor, and I wish for a better life for us. I want to bring happiness to my mother and father." Azar smiled, a warm, knowing smile that lit up the night. "Your heart is pure, Amir, and your wish is noble. But remember, wishes come with their own challenges. Are you ready for that?" Amir nodded, determination burning in his chest. "Yes, I am ready." With a flick of his wrist, Azar conjured a small, glowing orb that floated above his palm. "This is a gift from me to you," he said. "It contains the power to bring prosperity to your family. However, you must use it wisely. Kindness and generosity will return to you tenfold, while greed and selfishness will lead to your downfall." Amir felt a thrill of excitement as he took the orb. Its warmth spread through his fingers, filling him with hope. "Thank you, Azar. I promise to use it well." As the jinn began to fade back into the night, he offered one final piece of advice. "Remember, young one, that true magic lies not in the wishes we make, but in the actions we take. Use your heart to guide you." With that, Azar vanished, leaving Amir alone under the stars, the glowing orb pulsating gently in his hand. He raced back home, his heart pounding with joy. He knew that with the jinn's gift, he could change his family's fortune. The next morning, Amir awoke with a sense of purpose. He decided to share the orb's magic with others in the village. Instead of using it solely for his family's benefit, he wanted to create a ripple of kindness throughout his community. He envisioned a market where everyone could trade their goods, allowing people to share their talents and help one another. Amir gathered the villagers, sharing his idea and the story of the jinn who had given him the orb. Some were skeptical, while others were inspired. "Let's give it a try," he urged, his voice filled with hope. "Together, we can create something beautiful." With the orb's magic, Amir helped set up a vibrant market where everyone could bring their wares. The once quiet village buzzed with life, laughter, and the aroma of delicious foods. Families traded fruits, spices, crafts, and stories. The village transformed, becoming a place of joy and support. As the days turned into weeks, Amir noticed something incredible. The more he shared the magic of the orb, the more prosperous his family became. With every kind act, with every moment of generosity, the orb glowed brighter, filling their home with warmth and love. It was as if the jinn's magic thrived on the kindness that flowed from Amir's heart and the hearts of those around him. Yet, Amir was reminded of Azar's warning. He remained vigilant, ensuring that the market was a place of fairness and generosity. Whenever someone attempted to take advantage or act selfishly, he would intervene, reminding everyone of the true spirit of the market. "This is a place for sharing and caring," he would say. "If we lift each other up, we all rise together." One evening, as the market bustled with excitement, Amir spotted a man sitting alone, looking weary and forlorn. He approached the man, who shared his struggles of loss and hardship. Without hesitation, Amir invited him to join the market, offering him a place to share his goods. "You are welcome here," Amir said, extending his hand. "Let us help each other." The man's eyes filled with gratitude as he accepted Amir's offer. With that small act of kindness, Amir realized the power of compassion, the very essence that the jinn had taught him. It was a lesson that transcended magic. It was about the impact of caring for others. As months passed, the village thrived, and Amir's family prospered more than ever. The bond between the villagers strengthened, and the market became a symbol of unity and support. People traveled from afar to witness the magic that radiated from their little community, and soon, Amir's name became known far and wide. But one day, as Amir was tending to the market, he noticed the orb had started to dim. Panic gripped his heart. Had he done something wrong? Had he forgotten Azar's warning? Amir took a moment to reflect on his actions. He realized that while they had created a wonderful community, there were still moments of envy and greed. Some villagers had started to hoard their goods, fearing they would not have enough for themselves. With urgency, Amir gathered the villagers once more. "We must remember why we began this journey," he said passionately. "The magic of the jinn thrives on our kindness and generosity. Let's not allow fear to take root. We are stronger together." As he spoke, the villagers began to understand. They reflected on their actions and recommitted to the values that had brought them together in the first place. They shared their goods, encouraged one another, and rekindled the spirit of unity. Slowly but surely, the orb began to glow brightly once again, illuminating their village with its warm light. Amir felt the magic pulsing through the air, invigorating their spirits and reminding them that together they could overcome any challenge. Years later, as Amir grew into a wise young man, he continued to nurture the bonds within the village. He often shared the story of Azar and the magic orb, teaching the next generation the importance of kindness, generosity, and community. The legend of the jinn spread far and wide, inspiring many to embrace the values of love and unity. Amir would often sit under the stars, reflecting on that fateful night when he had met Azar. He understood now that the real magic was not in the power of the jinn alone, but in the goodness of the human heart. It was the ability to rise above fear and selfishness, to shine brightly even in the darkest of times. The spirit of the jinn lived on in every act of kindness, every moment of compassion, and every shared smile. As Amir gazed at the stars, he felt a deep connection to the cosmos, the jinn, and all the people he had touched. He knew that magic could be found not just in wishes, but in the bonds we create and the love we share, lighting up the world like the stars above. High in the towering peaks of the Himalayas, where the air is thin and the beauty of nature feels untouched, stories of mystical beings known as yakshas echo through the valleys. These nature spirits are said to be the guardians of treasures, not just of gold and jewels, but of the very earth itself. Their presence is a reminder of the harmony between humans and nature, a connection that is both sacred and essential. In a quaint village nestled between the majestic mountains, there lived a young girl named Asha. With bright eyes and a curious heart, she spent her days exploring the forests and meadows that surrounded her home. Her grandmother often spoke of the yakshas, telling tales of how they protected the land and its treasures. Asha would listen intently, her imagination running wild with visions of these ethereal beings. She dreamed of meeting one someday, hoping to learn the secrets of the mountains and the wisdom of nature. One crisp morning, as the first rays of sunlight kissed the peaks, Asha set out on an adventure. She climbed higher and higher, the air growing colder and the landscape more rugged. Each step felt like a dance with the earth, as she breathed in the scent of pine and wildflowers. The sound of a nearby stream filled her ears, creating a melody that felt like nature's heartbeat. As she wandered deeper into the forest, Asha stumbled upon a clearing that took her breath away. A shimmering lake mirrored the sky, surrounded by ancient trees that seemed to whisper secrets. It was here that she felt a strange pull, an energy that made her heart race. She closed her eyes and listened, hoping to hear the whispers of the Ikshas. Suddenly, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, and a soft voice called out to her. "Asha, child of the earth, why do you seek us?" Asha's eyes flew open, and standing before her was a Yiksha, tall and radiant, with skin that sparkled like dew in the morning sun. The Yiksha's presence filled the clearing with warmth, and Asha felt a sense of calm wash over her. I want to learn," she stammered, feeling both awe and excitement. "I want to understand how to protect our land, just like you do." The Yiksha smiled, a tender expression that seemed to hold centuries of wisdom. "To protect the earth, you must first understand its heart. The treasures we guard are not only material, they are the stories of the land, the spirits of the plants and animals, and the love of the people who call this place home." With that, the Yiksha gestured for Asha to follow. Together, they walked along the edge of the lake, where the water shimmered like liquid silver. The Yiksha pointed to the plants, explaining how each one played a role in the ecosystem. "Every tree, every flower, every creature has a purpose," the Yiksha said. "When you learn to see the world through their eyes, you will understand the balance of life." Asha listened intently, absorbing every word. She watched as the Yiksha gently touched a flower, causing it to bloom more brightly. "This is the magic of nature," the Yiksha explained. "It thrives on care and kindness. When you nurture the earth, it will return your love tenfold." As they continued their walk, Asha noticed a group of children from her village playing near the lake. They were laughing and splashing in the water, carefree and happy. But as she watched, she noticed that they were also pulling at the plants and throwing stones into the lake, disrupting the peace of the place. A pang of sadness filled her heart. "They don't understand," she whispered. "They don't know how to care for it." The Yiksha nodded, understanding the pain in her voice. "That is why you must become their voice. Teach them to respect and love the land. Show them that treasures come from the heart, not just from what they can take." Asha's heart swelled with determination. She realized that she could be a guardian too, just like the Yiksha. She promised to return to her village and share the wisdom she had learned. Before she knew it, the sun began to dip below the mountains, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple. The Yiksha turned to Asha, a gentle smile still on their face. "Remember, young one, that the spirit of the Yiksha lives within you. Protect the treasures of the earth with love and compassion." With those final words, the Yiksha began to fade, blending seamlessly into the forest as if they were part of the very essence of nature. Asha stood alone in the clearing, a mix of emotions swirling within her. She felt a profound connection to the land and a sense of purpose burning in her heart. Returning to her village, Asha was determined to make a difference. She gathered the children and shared her adventure, recounting her encounter with the Yiksha. At first, they listened with wide eyes, skepticism mixing with awe. But as Asha spoke passionately about the importance of caring for the earth, she could see their hearts begin to open. "Let's protect our home," she exclaimed. "Let's learn how to respect the trees, the flowers, and the creatures that live here. Together, we can be guardians of our land." Inspired by Asha's words, the children began to join her cause. They started cleaning the river, picking up trash and planting flowers along the banks. Asha taught them about the plants, how they provided food and shelter, and how their roots kept the soil strong. With every small act of kindness, the children felt the magic of the Yiksha growing within them, sparking a deep love for their home. As time passed, the village began to transform. The once overlooked forest flourished with new life, the flowers bloomed brighter, and the animals returned, finding solace in the care of the children. The Yiksha spirit seemed to linger in the air, reminding them all of their connection to the land. One day, as Asha and her friends played near the lake, they noticed something shimmering beneath the water's surface. They leaned closer, and as the sunlight hit the water just right, they saw it, a beautiful treasure, an ancient artifact that had been lost to time. Instead of claiming it for themselves, Asha turned to her friends. "This belongs to the earth. We must return it." They worked together to carefully lift the treasure from the water, cradling it gently as if it were a fragile life. With gratitude in their hearts, they placed it back on the shore, honoring the spirit of the Iksha and the land that had given them so much. From that day forward, the village flourished, not just in material wealth, but in spirit and unity. The children grew into guardians of the earth, spreading their love for nature far and wide. Asha's heart swelled with pride as she watched them nurture the land, carrying on the legacy of the Ikshas. Years later, as Asha stood at the edge of the lake, now a young woman, she felt the presence of the Iksha beside her once more. The beauty of the land reminded her of the lessons learned, the importance of compassion, respect, and love for nature. Asha knew that the true treasures of the world were found in the connections they made and the kindness they shared. The spirit of the Iksha lived on, not just in stories, but in every act of love that blossomed in the heart of the earth. In the lush, green valleys of New Zealand, where the rivers flowed like silver ribbons and the mountains touched the sky, stories of Tanawa are whispered among the people. These creatures, both guardians and monsters, are said to dwell in the waters, protecting sacred places and the treasures of the earth. Their presence is felt in the rushing currents and the quiet stillness of the lakes, a reminder of the bond between nature and the people who call this land home. In a small village near the shores of a shimmering lake, a young boy named Koro listened intently to his grandmother's tales. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the water, she would sit him down and share the stories of the Tanawa. Her voice was rich with emotion as she spoke of their strength and wisdom, and Koro's heart raced with excitement. He dreamed of meeting one of these legendary creatures, yearning to understand their world and the secrets they guarded. One stormy night, with dark clouds swirling overhead, Koro lay in bed, unable to sleep. The sound of rain pounding against the roof matched the rhythm of his racing heart. As he listened to the storm, he felt a strange pull, an urge to go outside and discover what lay beyond his window. Quietly, he slipped out of bed, wrapping himself in a warm cloak, and stepped into the night. The rain fell in heavy sheets, soaking the ground, but Koro didn't mind. He made his way to the lake, guided by a flickering light that danced on the water's surface. As he approached the edge, he saw a figure emerging from the depths, a Tanawa, with scales that shimmered like precious gems and eyes that glowed like lanterns. Koro's breath caught in his throat, and he felt both fear and awe wash over him. "Why do you seek me, child of the land?" The Tanawa's voice was deep and melodic, echoing through the night. "I want to learn," Koro replied, his voice trembling with both fear and courage. "I want to understand the treasures you protect." The Tanawa studied him for a moment, and Koro felt a wave of warmth wash over him, as if the creature could see into his heart. "To protect the treasures of the earth, you must first learn the stories of the land," the Tanawa said. "Come, I will show you." With a gentle flick of its powerful tail, the Tanawa created a path of shimmering water leading to the heart of the lake. Koro hesitated for a moment, but the Tanawa's reassuring gaze encouraged him to step forward. He waded into the water, feeling the cool embrace of the lake as he followed the creature deeper and deeper. As they swam, the world around Koro transformed. Beneath the surface, he saw vibrant coral reefs and schools of fish darting playfully, their scales reflecting colors he had never imagined. The Tanawa guided him to a hidden underwater cave, where ancient carvings covered the walls, telling stories of bravery, love, and the spirits of the land. "This is the heart of the Tanawa," the creature explained. "These stories remind us of our connection to the earth and the responsibility we carry. To guard the treasures of the land, we must remember our past." Koro reached out and traced his fingers over the carvings, feeling the energy of the stories flow through him. Each symbol resonated with emotion, speaking of struggles and triumphs, of balance and respect. He could feel the weight of his ancestors' hopes resting on his shoulders, urging him to protect the land he loved. "What if I fail?" Koro asked, his voice barely above a whisper. The Tanawa turned to him, its eyes filled with understanding. "Fear is a part of growth, young one. The world is full of challenges, but you have the strength to face them. Trust in yourself and the knowledge you carry. When you honor the land, it will honor you in return." With those words, Koro felt a spark ignite within him. He realized that he was not alone. The stories of his people, the wisdom of the Tanawa, and the beauty of the earth were all connected. He could be a protector, just like the creature before him. After what felt like hours, Koro and the Tanawa emerged from the water, stepping onto the shore. The storm had passed, and the moon shone brightly in the night sky, illuminating the world in a silver glow. Koro looked up at the Tanawa, gratitude swelling in his heart. "Thank you for sharing your wisdom," he said, tears of joy glistening in his eyes. "I promise to honor the stories and protect our land." The Tanawa smiled, its presence radiating warmth and light. "You carry the spirit of the Tanawa within you now. Share what you have learned and inspire others to care for the earth. Together, we can create a future filled with love and respect for all living things." As dawn broke, Koro returned to his village, feeling changed by the night's adventure. He gathered the children and elders, sharing the tales of the Tanawa and the importance of preserving their sacred land. The stories resonated deeply, igniting a fire in their hearts. The villagers joined together, vowing to protect their rivers and forests, to honor the spirits of the land. With every act of kindness and respect, the village began to flourish. They planted trees, cleaned the rivers, and celebrated the beauty of nature in festivals that honored the Tanawa and the spirits of their ancestors. Koro became a leader among his people, guiding them with love and compassion. As the years passed, the tales of Koro and the Tanawa spread far and wide. People from neighboring villages came to hear of the boy who spoke to the guardian of the waters, and they too learned to honor the earth and its treasures. The bond between the villagers and the Tanawa grew stronger, a symbol of their shared responsibility to protect the sacred places of their home. One fateful night, as Koro stood by the lake, he felt a familiar presence. The water shimmered, and the Tanawa emerged once more, its majestic form glowing under the moonlight. "You have done well, Koro," the Tanawa said, its voice like a soothing melody. "You have honored the spirit of the earth, and in return, the land has thrived." Koro smiled, feeling a warmth spread through him. "I could not have done it alone. It was the stories, the wisdom, and the love of my people that guided me." The Tanawa nodded, pride shining in its eyes. "Together, you have become the guardians of your land. Remember, the spirit of the Tanawa lives within each of you. Continue to share your stories, for they hold the power to inspire generations to come." As the Tanawa slowly faded back into the depths of the lake, Koro felt a sense of peace. He knew that as long as they remembered the stories of their ancestors and honored the earth, the spirit of the Tanawa would always be there, guiding and protecting them. From that day forward, the village flourished not just in prosperity but in spirit, a testament to the bond between the people and the Tanawa. And in every ripple of the water, every whisper of the wind, the heart of the Tanawa beat on, forever a guardian of the sacred places they all cherished. In the heart of Australia's vast wilderness, where the gum trees stand tall and the earth hums with life, stories of the Yowie echo through the ages. This creature, a giant, ape-like being, is more than just a legend. It is woven into the very fabric of Aboriginal culture. Tales of the Yowie speak of a mysterious figure that roams the remote forests and mountains, a guardian of secrets in nature, yet a source of fear for those who dare to tread into its domain. In a small village on the edge of the bush, a young girl named Mia listened to her grandmother's stories about the Yowie. Each evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple, Mia would sit close, her eyes wide with curiosity. Her grandmother's voice was rich with emotion, her words bringing to life the magic and mystery of the Yowie. "It's not just a monster, my child," she would say, "but a spirit of the land, a protector of the forests." One warm summer night, curiosity got the better of Mia. The moon hung low, casting a silver light over the landscape, and the sounds of the bush came alive, the rustling leaves, the distant calls of nocturnal creatures. She felt a strong urge to venture into the woods, to catch a glimpse of the Yowie and understand its stories for herself. With her heart racing, Mia slipped out of her home and quietly made her way toward the trees. As she walked deeper into the bush, the world around her transformed. The familiar sounds of her village faded, replaced by the whispers of the wind and the soft crunch of twigs underfoot. The moonlight filtered through the leaves, creating shadows that danced along the ground. Mia felt both excitement and trepidation. She was venturing into the unknown, where the Yowie was said to roam. After walking for what felt like hours, Mia paused to catch her breath. It was then she heard it, the unmistakable sound of heavy footsteps approaching. Her heart pounded as she turned to face the direction of the noise. Could it be? Was the Yoi real? She felt a rush of fear, but also a strange sense of wonder. Suddenly, from behind a thick cluster of trees, a massive figure emerged. The creature stood tall, its shaggy fur blending seamlessly with the shadows of the night. Its eyes glowed softly, reflecting the moonlight, and in that moment, Mia felt a connection, a powerful bond that went beyond fear. It was as if the Yoi could see straight into her soul. "Why do you come here, little one?" The Yoi's voice rumbled, deep and gentle. It was not the fearsome growl she had expected, but rather a soothing sound that calmed her racing heart. "I wanted to see you," Mia replied, her voice trembling with a mix of fear and awe. "I wanted to understand why you are so feared." The Yoi stepped closer, the ground shaking slightly with each movement. "Many fear what they do not understand," it said. "But I am not a monster. I am a guardian of this land, protector of its secrets and its treasures." Mia's curiosity ignited. "What secrets do you guard?" The Yoi gestured toward the surrounding trees, its long arms sweeping gracefully through the air. "Every tree, every river holds a story. I watch over them, ensuring balance and harmony. When people forget to listen to the land, I remind them of the connection we all share." Mia felt a warmth spreading through her. She realized that the stories her grandmother had shared were not just tales to scare children, but lessons to be learned. She thought of the village, the pollution in the rivers, the trees cut down without thought. "I want to help," she said, her voice firm with determination. "I want to teach others to respect the land." The Yoi nodded, its expression softening. "You carry the spirit of the land within you, little one. It is up to you to share this wisdom with your people. Show them that we are all connected, that the land thrives when we care for it." With that, the Yoi turned and began to walk away. Mia felt a surge of emotion. "Wait! Will I ever see you again?" The Yoi paused, looking back at her with those luminous eyes. "Whenever you seek me, listen to the whispers of the wind and the rustling leaves. I am always here, guiding you." As the creature faded into the shadows, Mia felt a sense of peace envelop her. She made her way back home, the weight of the world shifting on her shoulders. The experience had changed her. She was no longer just a girl curious about a monster. She was now a part of a larger story, one that intertwined her life with the land and its guardians. In the days that followed, Mia shared her experience with her family and friends. At first, they were skeptical, dismissing her tale as just a dream. But Mia was persistent. She spoke passionately about the importance of protecting the environment, drawing from the wisdom the Yoi had shared. Slowly, her words began to resonate, planting seeds of curiosity and respect within the hearts of her village. Mia organized gatherings by the river, where she taught the children about the creatures that lived in the bush, about the trees that provided shelter, and the rivers that nurtured life. She encouraged them to listen, to watch, and to learn from the world around them. Together, they began to clean up the riverbanks, to plant new trees, and to honor the land that had nurtured them for generations. With each passing day, the village grew closer to the stories of their ancestors and the spirits that inhabited the land. The fear of the Yoi transformed into reverence and respect. The people began to see the creature not as a monster, but as a guardian, a reminder of their connection to nature. As years went by, the tales of Mia's encounter with the Yoi spread far and wide. Her story inspired other villages to cherish their land, creating a ripple effect of respect and awareness throughout the region. Mia became a leader, a voice for the land, and the Yoi became a symbol of protection and harmony. On moonlit nights, Mia would often sit by the river, recalling her encounter with the great guardian. She would close her eyes and listen to the sounds of the bush, feeling the presence of the Yoi guiding her once more. Each rustle in the leaves felt like a gentle reminder of the bond they shared, a bond that transcended fear and embraced love for the earth. In the hearts of the people, the spirit of the Yoi thrived, a testament to the power of understanding, respect, and connection. The stories of the past became the foundation for a brighter future, where the land and its guardians would always be honored, and where the legacy of the Yowie would live on, forever entwined with the hearts of those who chose to listen. In the lush islands of Hawaii, where the waves kiss the shores and the air is thick with the scent of blooming hibiscus, there exists a legend that sends shivers down the spine and warms the heart. The Moo, giant, shape-shifting lizards, are the guardians of sacred lands and waters. These powerful beings hold within them the strength of the earth and the magic of the sea. Their presence is both awe-inspiring and terrifying, a reminder of nature's might and beauty. On the island of Kauai, there lived a young boy named Kimo. He had always felt a deep connection to the land and sea, spending his days wandering the beaches and climbing the mountains. Kimo would sit for hours by the water's edge, listening to the whispers of the waves and feeling the cool breeze against his skin. The stories his grandmother told him about the Moo filled his imagination with wonder. She spoke of their majestic forms, of their scales that shimmered in the sunlight, and how they could transform into anything they desired. Kimo longed to see one of these magnificent creatures for himself. One sunny afternoon, Kimo decided to venture to a hidden cove, a place his grandmother had warned him about. "It is sacred," she said. "The Moo protect it fiercely." But Kimo was curious, and his heart was full of adventure. He set off, determined to explore the mysterious waters of the cove. As he approached the shore, the sight that greeted him took his breath away. The water sparkled like diamonds, and the lush greenery framed the cove like a painting. But there was something else, a deep sense of calm mixed with an undercurrent of power that made the hair on the back of his neck stand up. As he stepped closer, he heard a sound, soft yet powerful, like the gentle rumble of distant thunder. Suddenly, the water began to swirl, and from its depths emerged a magnificent Moo. The creature was enormous, its long body covered in iridescent scales that reflected the vibrant colors of the island. Its eyes were wise and ancient, filled with a depth that made Kimo feel both small and protected. The Moo towered over him, a guardian of the sacred land, its presence both majestic and fearsome. Kimo's heart raced. He was filled with a mixture of fear and awe. "I have come to see you," he called out, his voice trembling. "I mean no harm." The Moo studied him, its eyes narrowing as it seemed to assess Kimo's spirit. "Why have you come to this sacred place, young one?" the creature spoke, its voice resonating like the crashing waves. "I wanted to see the beauty of the cove and to understand the stories," Kimo replied, his voice filled with honesty. "I wish to learn about the Moo and the land you protect." The Moo regarded him for a moment, and Kimo could feel the weight of its gaze. "Many seek power or treasure in these waters," it said. "But few understand the importance of balance and respect for the land. It is not just a place, it is a living spirit." Kimo listened intently, feeling the gravity of the words. "I promise to respect this place and share your stories with others," he declared, his voice strong with determination. "I want to protect it too." The Moo seemed to consider his words. Then, it nodded slowly. "If your heart is true, I will show you the beauty that lies beneath the surface," it said, and with a flick of its tail, the water parted, revealing a hidden world of wonder. Kimo stepped forward, entranced. He followed the Moo as it glided through the water, and as they moved, the sea came alive around them. Colorful fish danced through the coral, and shimmering schools darted past like living rainbows. Kimo marveled at the beauty of it all, feeling a sense of peace wash over him. The Moo turned, its scales sparkling in the sunlight, and Kimo knew he was witnessing something extraordinary. As they swam together, the Moo began to share stories of the land, the creation of the islands, the ancient gods, and the spirits that watched over them. Each tale was filled with lessons of harmony and respect for nature. Kimo felt a deep connection to everything he saw. The ocean was not just water, it was a home, a heartbeat, a source of life. The trees were not just plants, they were guardians, sheltering the creatures that called the land home. Suddenly, the mood shifted. The Moo's demeanor changed, its body tensing as it sensed the disturbance. "There are those who do not respect these waters," it warned. "They take without giving, and they disturb the balance." Kimo felt a rush of fear. "What can we do?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "Stand with me," the MOO commanded. "We must remind them of the sacredness of this place." With that, the MOO transformed, its shape shifting into a massive wave that crashed against the shore. Kimo stood firm, feeling the energy of the creature flow through him. He watched as the wave surged, swirling with a power that seemed to echo the spirit of the land itself. As the tide receded, Kimo saw figures in the distance, fishermen who had been careless, casting their nets and disturbing the delicate balance of the cove. The MOO surged forward, its voice booming like thunder. "You must respect the waters. They are not just for taking, they are a gift. Listen to the land, and it will provide for you." The fishermen froze, their eyes wide with fear and respect as they felt the power of the MOO. They dropped their nets, realizing the error of their ways. Kimo stepped forward, feeling empowered by the presence of the MOO beside him. "We are all connected," he called out. "If we care for the land, it will care for us in return. Let us protect it together." The fishermen nodded, their faces softening with understanding. They promised to honor the waters and the creatures within them, vowing to share the stories of the MOO and the importance of respect for the land. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of gold and crimson, the MOO returned to its original form, towering above Kimo. "You have the heart of a protector, young one," it said, its voice filled with warmth. "Share what you have learned, and you will always find strength in the land." Kimo felt a rush of gratitude as the MOO began to retreat into the depths of the sea. "Will I see you again?" he asked, his voice filled with hope. "Whenever you listen to the land, I will be there," the MOO replied, its voice echoing like a gentle breeze. As the last rays of sunlight dipped below the horizon, Kimo stood at the water's edge, filled with a sense of purpose. He knew he had a role to play in protecting the sacred lands of Hawaii. The bond he had formed with the MOO would forever guide him, reminding him of the beauty of the world and the importance of honoring its spirit. From that day forward, Kimo became a champion for the land, sharing the stories of the MOO and the lessons he had learned. He inspired others to connect with nature, to listen, and to respect the world around them. The legend of the MOO lived on, a powerful reminder of the guardians that watched over Hawaii and the responsibility each person had to protect their sacred lands and waters. As the waves lapped gently against the shore, Kimo smiled, knowing that the spirit of the MOO was always with him, forever a part of the vibrant tapestry of life that flourished in the heart of Hawaii. In the haunting expanse of the Arctic, where the sun dances on the surface of the ice and shadows loom beneath, whispers of an ancient fear fill the air. Children play on the snow-covered ground, their laughter ringing through the icy winds, unaware of the lurking danger that watches from below. The Kalapalik, a creature of Inuit mythology, waits beneath the thick ice, ready to snatch away those who stray too close to the edge. Its name sends shivers down the spines of parents, a reminder to keep their little ones safe from the dark depths of the Arctic waters. In a small Inuit village nestled along the rugged coastline, there lived a young girl named Anu. She was filled with curiosity and an adventurous spirit that often led her far from home. Anu loved to explore the frosty landscapes, finding joy in the glistening snow and the glimmering ice. Her laughter was like music, weaving through the cold air and echoing against the icy cliffs. But as much as her parents cherished her spirit, they were also deeply afraid of the tales they had told her about the Kalapalik. "Stay away from the edge of the ice, Anu," her mother would say, her voice filled with concern. "The Kalapalik is watching. It can pull you down beneath the ice, and you may never return." Anu would nod, her eyes wide, but the stories only fueled her desire to explore. The Kalapalik was a creature of legend, and legends often felt distant, as if they belonged to a different world. One fateful day, the sun shone brightly in the sky, casting a warm glow over the snow-covered landscape. Anu, full of excitement, decided to venture farther than ever before. She wandered to a part of the ice that was particularly beautiful, glistening like 1,000 stars had fallen to earth. Entranced by its beauty, she crept closer, the thrill of adventure coursing through her veins. But as she approached the edge, a chill ran down her spine, and the laughter of her friends faded into silence. Suddenly, the air grew still. Anu could feel something beneath the surface, a presence watching her. Fear clawed at her heart as she recalled her mother's warnings. "The Kalapalik," she whispered, her breath coming out in clouds of mist. She hesitated, her heart pounding, but curiosity held her captive. What if it's just a story, she thought, her mind racing. Without warning, the ice beneath her cracked, and a dark figure surged forth from the depths. Anu gasped, her eyes widening in horror as the Kalapalik emerged, its long, thin fingers reaching out from the icy water. The creature had skin as pale as snow, with dark, hollow eyes that seemed to absorb the light. Its voice echoed like the wind through the trees, low and chilling. "Anu, come closer," it beckoned, each word a sweet whisper, drawing her in. Fear gripped her, yet Anu found herself taking a step forward, the pull of the creature overwhelming. "What do you want from me?" she asked, her voice trembling. The Kalapalik smiled, revealing sharp, glistening teeth. "I want you to join me beneath the ice. It is warm and safe in my world," it coaxed. "You will never be lonely again. You will be with me forever." Anu's heart raced as she struggled against the mesmerizing lure of the creature. She thought of her family, her friends, the warmth of their laughter. "No," she shouted, the word echoing against the icy cliffs. "I don't want to go with you." The Kalapalik smile faded, replaced by a look of annoyance. "Then you should not have come so close," it hissed, its voice turning sharp. "You are not the first child to wander too near. I have many friends beneath the ice who have lost their way." Suddenly, Anu felt a surge of determination. "I may be afraid, but I will not let you take me," she declared, her voice growing stronger. She thought of the warmth of her home, the love of her family, and how she could never bear to be separated from them. With all her strength, she turned and ran, the cold air stinging her cheeks as she sprinted away from the edge of the ice. She could feel the Kalapalik behind her, its icy breath chilling the air. "You can't escape," it called, the echoes of its voice chasing her through the snowy landscape. But Anu would not stop. She ran faster, her heart pounding as she remembered her mother's words. She could hear the voices of her friends, the laughter that had once filled the air. "I have to get back," she thought, her feet pounding against the frozen ground. Finally, she reached her village, collapsing into her mother's arms, breathless and trembling. Her mother held her tightly, tears of relief streaming down her face. "Oh, Anu, I was so worried." Anu looked up, her eyes filled with fear and determination. "The Kalapalik tried to take me," she gasped, the memory still fresh in her mind. "It wanted me to go beneath the ice." Her mother's face turned pale, and she knelt beside Anu, cradling her in her arms. "You are safe now, my child," she whispered. "The Kalapalik is powerful, but you must always remember the stories. They are there to protect you." From that day forward, Anu became a guardian of the tales. She told her friends and family about her encounter, warning them of the dangers that lay beneath the ice. The stories of the Kalapalik took on new life, filled with the lessons of respect for the Arctic waters. No longer did they feel distant, they became a part of the fabric of her life, woven into her very being. As the seasons changed, the village learned to honor the ice and the waters that surrounded them. They celebrated the strength of their community, the bonds that held them together, and the importance of listening to the wisdom of their ancestors. The tales of the Kalapalik transformed into stories of courage and resilience, a reminder that the darkness could always be overcome by the light of love and family. Anu grew up, her heart forever touched by the icy depths of the Arctic. She became a storyteller, sharing her experiences with generations to come. The legend of the Kalapalik lived on, a chilling reminder of the power that lay beneath the surface and the strength that could be found in love, family, and community. In the cold embrace of the Arctic, the stories flourished, and the Kalapalik remained a haunting figure, always watching from beneath the ice. But the children of the village learned to respect the waters, to honor their heritage, and to never wander too close to the edge without understanding the dangers that lay beneath. Through their stories, they found warmth against the cold, laughter against the silence, and courage against the shadows. In the chilling landscapes of Greenland, where the icebergs loom like ancient giants and the biting wind whispers through the icy plains, a powerful fear exists among the people. They tell tales of the Tupalak, a creature born of dark magic and revenge, created by shamans to do their bidding. This being is not just a myth, it embodies the fears, desires, and the tumultuous emotions of those who wield its power. It is a reminder that while one can summon great strength, the consequences can be as terrifying as the enemy they wish to destroy. Among the Inuit people lived a young boy named Kimo. With bright, curious eyes and an adventurous spirit, he would often wander the ice fields, dreaming of the stories told by his elders. He loved listening to the tales of bravery, of shamans who could summon the spirits of nature and harness their power. But there was one story that always sent a shiver down his spine, the story of the Tupalak. The Tupalak was said to be a creature formed from the very essence of one's enemy, crafted with care by a shaman who sought vengeance. It could take any shape, twisting and turning into something terrifying, something that embodied the fears of those who saw it. Kimo was fascinated yet terrified by this story. He could not fathom how a being could be both a protector and a harbinger of destruction. One frigid evening, as the northern lights danced across the sky, Kimo overheard a conversation among the village elders. They spoke in hushed tones, their faces shadowed by the flickering firelight. "Another hunting party has gone missing," one elder said gravely. "I fear it is the work of a Tupalak. Someone must have called upon its powers." Kimo's heart raced. He could not shake the feeling that the Tupalak was more than just a story. It was a reality that lurked beneath the surface of their lives, waiting for someone to invoke its fury. The fear of the unknown gripped him. As days turned into weeks, the village became increasingly anxious. Members of the community were vanishing, their fates unknown. Whispers spread like wildfire, pointing fingers at those who had grievances against one another. Kimo could feel the tension in the air, thick and heavy, as friendships turned to mistrust. The villagers began to suspect each other of using the Tupalak to settle scores. One day, while Kimo was out hunting with his father, they stumbled upon a chilling scene. In the snow lay the remnants of a fierce struggle, fur scattered, blood frozen in the ice, and the unmistakable footprints of something otherworldly leading away into the wilderness. Kimo's heart sank as he realized the stories had come to life. The Tupalak was real, and it was terrifyingly powerful. Returning to the village, Kimo was haunted by the images in his mind. That night, he could not sleep, tossing and turning, the shadows of the flickering candlelight twisting into forms that resembled the creature from his nightmares. Driven by fear and curiosity, he decided to seek the truth about the Tupalak. He made his way to the home of an old shaman, a wise woman named Anna. She had seen many things in her lifetime and was known for her connection to the spirit world. When Kimo approached her, he felt both nervous and hopeful. "Anna," he whispered, "is it true? Can a Tupalak really be created to destroy one's enemies?" The shaman looked at him with eyes that seemed to hold the weight of the world. "The Tupalak is a reflection of the heart," she replied softly. "It is born from pain and anger, a creature of vengeance. It is powerful, yes, but it comes with a cost. When you summon a Tupalak, you do not just send it to harm another, you unleash a piece of your own spirit into the world, a piece that may never return." Kimo felt a chill run down his spine. The idea of creating such a being was horrifying, yet he understood the desperation that could lead one to make such a choice. "Can it be stopped?" he asked, his voice trembling. Anna sighed, looking out into the darkness beyond her home. "Only by the heart that created it. It is a cycle that must be broken. If the Creator can find forgiveness, they may yet quell the anger that fuels the Tupalak." Kimo's heart raced with the enormity of her words. Forgiveness was not easy, especially when lives were at stake. He felt the weight of his community's fear pressing down on him. The Tupalak could destroy, but it could also reflect the pain that lived within the hearts of the villagers. The next day, Kimo gathered the villagers around the great fire, where stories were shared and memories rekindled. He spoke of the Tupalak, not as a monster, but as a manifestation of their pain. He encouraged everyone to share their grievances, to let go of the anger that had built walls between them. One by one, the villagers began to speak. They shared stories of loss, betrayal, and hurt. The more they opened up, the more Kimo could see the tension begin to ease. The flames of the fire danced brighter as if the very essence of the community's spirit was rekindling. As the night wore on, Kimo felt a change in the air. The heaviness that had clouded the village seemed to lift, replaced by a sense of understanding and compassion. The shadows of fear that had once loomed large began to fade. Days passed, and Kimo watched as the villagers worked together to mend the broken bonds. Slowly, the mysterious disappearances ceased, and the presence of the Tupalak seemed to wane. It was clear that the power of forgiveness was stronger than the desire for revenge. Then one evening, under the shimmering northern lights, Kimo felt a sense of peace wash over him. He had witnessed the power of community, of love, and of understanding. The stories of the Tupalak changed. They transformed from tales of fear into stories of hope. The creature that once haunted their dreams now served as a reminder of the strength found in unity. Kimo grew up to be a leader in his village, sharing the lessons learned from the fear of the Tupalak. He taught the younger generations that while darkness could seep into the heart, it was the light of compassion that could banish it away. Though the Tupalak remained a part of their folklore, it no longer represented fear. It became a symbol of their journey, a reminder of the power of community and forgiveness. In the heart of Greenland, under the eternal ice and dancing lights, the spirit of the Tupalak lived on, not as a monster lurking in the shadows, but as a powerful lesson of love, resilience, and hope. High above the rugged mountains and vast deserts of ancient Persia, there soared a magnificent creature known as the Simurgh. With feathers that shimmered like gold and a wingspan that cast shadows over the land, this giant bird was a symbol of purity, wisdom, and strength. Legend spoke of its breathtaking beauty and its ability to rise above the world, untouched by the troubles that burdened those who walked the earth below. In a small village nestled at the foot of the mountains, a young girl named Lala often gazed up at the sky, dreaming of the Simurgh. She had heard stories of its grace and power from her grandmother, who would recount tales of how the bird could heal the sick and guide lost souls back home. Lala longed to meet the Simurgh, to feel its warmth and wisdom envelop her like a comforting embrace. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the stars began to twinkle, Lala set out on an adventure into the mountains. She felt an inexplicable pull, as if the wind itself was calling her to seek the Simurgh. With each step, her heart raced with excitement and anticipation. The path was rocky and steep, but her spirit soared with every beat of her heart. As she climbed higher, the air grew cooler, and the world below seemed to fade away. Lala reached a serene lake, its surface reflecting the twinkling stars above. The beauty of the scene took her breath away, and she felt an overwhelming sense of peace wash over her. It was here, in this quiet place, that she believed she might find the Simurgh. With her heart pounding, she closed her eyes and whispered a prayer to the great bird. She asked for strength, wisdom, and the courage to face the challenges that life had thrown her way. She wished for a friend who could understand her deepest fears and hopes. As the last syllable of her prayer left her lips, a sudden gust of wind swept through the trees, rustling the leaves like whispers of the ancient spirits. In that moment, Lala opened her eyes to a sight she would never forget. The Simurgh descended from the heavens, its magnificent wings casting a golden glow across the landscape. As it landed gracefully beside her, the ground trembled slightly, as if the earth itself recognized the presence of something extraordinary. Lala stood in awe, her heart swelling with joy and disbelief. The Simurgh's eyes sparkled with kindness and wisdom, and its voice was like a gentle breeze. "Why have you called me, dear child?" it asked, its words wrapping around Lala like a warm blanket. Overwhelmed with emotion, Lala poured out her heart to the Simurgh. She spoke of her dreams, her fears, and her longing for connection in a world that often felt lonely. The bird listened intently, its gaze unwavering, as Lala shared her story. As she spoke, she felt a sense of release, as if the burden she had carried for so long was finally lifted. The Simurgh nodded, understanding the weight of her heart. "You are stronger than you know," it said softly. "Your journey may be difficult, but remember that every challenge brings with it the opportunity for growth. Embrace your struggles, for they will shape you into the person you are meant to be." Lala felt tears prick at her eyes as she listened to the Simurg's words. It was as if the bird could see right through her, uncovering the layers of fear and doubt that had held her back. "But what if I fail?" she asked, her voice trembling. "Failure is not the end," the Simurg replied gently. "It is simply a part of your journey. Each setback is a lesson, a stepping stone that will lead you closer to your dreams. Trust in yourself and have faith in your abilities. You possess a strength that lies within, waiting to be discovered." In that moment, Lala realized that the Simurg was not just a creature of legend, it was a reflection of her own potential. The bird embodied the qualities she yearned for: purity of heart, wisdom in thought, and the strength to rise above adversity. She felt a newfound sense of determination ignite within her. As the night wore on, Lala and the Simurg shared stories, laughter, and tears. The connection they forged was deeper than words could express. The Simurg spoke of the importance of compassion and love, reminding Lala that these were the true sources of strength. It encouraged her to cherish the relationships she held dear, to nurture her friendships, and to be the light in the lives of others. When dawn began to break, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink, the Simurg prepared to take flight once more. "Remember, my dear," it said, its voice a soothing melody. "You carry within you the essence of the Simurg. Whenever you feel lost or afraid, look within and you will find the strength to soar." With those final words, the Simurg spread its magnificent wings and took to the sky. Lala watched in awe as the bird rose higher and higher, becoming a silhouette against the sun. As it disappeared into the clouds, Lala felt a profound sense of gratitude wash over her. She was no longer the same girl who had climbed the mountains in search of the Simurg. She was filled with a sense of purpose, a newfound belief in her own strength and resilience. Returning to her village, Lala carried the wisdom of the Simurg in her heart. She shared the lessons she had learned, inspiring those around her to embrace their own struggles and seek strength within. With each story, she reminded her friends and family of the beauty that lay in vulnerability and the power of compassion. As the years passed, Lala grew into a wise leader, guiding her community with the same love and strength that the Simurg had bestowed upon her. Together, they faced challenges with courage, always remembering the bond they shared and the lessons learned beneath the stars. The legend of the Simurg lived on in their hearts, not as a distant myth, but as a guiding spirit that illuminated their path. It served as a reminder that no matter how dark the journey may seem, there is always hope, wisdom, and strength to be found in the depths of one's soul. And so, the story of the Simurg became a cherished part of their heritage, inspiring generations to embrace their true selves, to soar beyond their limits, and to find the courage to chase their dreams, just as Lala had done so many years before. High in the towering peaks of the Himalayas, where the air is thin and the snow blankets the earth in a pristine white, tales of the Yeti, often called the abominable snowman, whisper through the winds. This legendary creature, described as a large, ape-like being, stirs both fear and fascination in the hearts of those who hear its name. For centuries, the Yeti has been a subject of intrigue, drawing explorers and adventurers to the icy mountains in search of proof of its existence. In a small village nestled in the foothills of these majestic mountains, a young boy named Tenzin often sat by the fire, listening to the elders share stories of the Yeti. They spoke of its immense size, its shaggy white fur that blended perfectly with the snow, and its haunting howls that echoed through the night. Tenzin's eyes widened with wonder and excitement as he imagined this magnificent creature roaming the snowy landscape, a guardian of the mountains, shrouded in mystery. One bitterly cold night, while the stars twinkled like diamonds above, Tenzin's curiosity overwhelmed him. He felt a strong urge to venture into the mountains, to discover for himself the truth behind the legend of the Yeti. After all, he had heard stories of those who had encountered the creature. Some claimed it was gentle and wise, while others described it as fierce and frightening. Regardless, Tenzin felt a connection to the creature, as if it held the key to his own destiny. With a warm coat, a sturdy pair of boots, and a heart full of courage, Tenzin set off into the night. The moon illuminated the path ahead, casting a silvery glow on the fresh snow. Each step crunched softly beneath his feet, a sound that echoed in the stillness of the mountains. Tenzin felt a mix of excitement and fear as he climbed higher, leaving behind the warmth of his village and venturing into the unknown. As he ascended, the air grew colder, and the silence of the night wrapped around him like a heavy blanket. Suddenly, a chilling howl pierced the night, sending shivers down Tenzin's spine. His heart raced. Could it be? Was the Yeti close by? Driven by a mix of trepidation and wonder, Tenzin pressed on, drawn toward the sound like a moth to a flame. Eventually, he reached a clearing surrounded by towering pines, their branches heavy with snow. In the center stood a vast, empty space, the moonlight casting an ethereal glow on the untouched snow. It was here that Tenzin felt the weight of the world fall away, and he closed his eyes, allowing the cold air to fill his lungs. He whispered a quiet prayer to the mountains, hoping for a sign, a glimpse of the Yeti. To his astonishment, the howl echoed again, this time closer. The sound resonated within him, a haunting melody that stirred something deep in his heart. Tenzin opened his eyes, and his breath caught in his throat. Emerging from the shadows was the Yeti, an enormous figure, its fur glistening like freshly fallen snow. The creature stood tall, its eyes shimmering with intelligence and curiosity. Tenzin's fear melted away as he gazed upon the Yeti. It was not the monstrous beast of nightmares, but a majestic being, a guardian of the mountains. The creature approached slowly, its massive frame moving with surprising grace. Tenzin felt a warmth in his heart as their eyes met. In that moment, he understood that the Yeti was not an enemy but a spirit of the mountain, a being that carried the wisdom of the ages. The Yeti tilted its head, as if studying Tenzin, and then let out a soft, rumbling sound that resonated like distant thunder. It reached out a massive paw, and Tenzin instinctively took a step back. But the Yeti's eyes were gentle, filled with compassion and understanding. Taking a deep breath, Tenzin stepped forward, extending his hand in a gesture of peace. The Yeti paused, then carefully lowered its paw, allowing Tenzin to touch its fur. The connection was electric, sending shivers of energy through Tenzin's body. In that touch, he felt the weight of the mountains, the struggles and joys of all who had lived and died beneath their towering presence. He sensed the ancient stories of his ancestors, the tales of survival, love, and loss, intertwining with the essence of the Yeti. It was as if he had tapped into a deep well of wisdom, one that transcended time and space. Suddenly, the Yeti stepped back, its gaze shifting to the snowy peaks that surrounded them. Tenzin followed its gaze, his heart racing with excitement. The mountains seemed to come alive, revealing hidden paths and treasures buried beneath the snow. The Yeti turned back to Tenzin, its eyes sparkling with a knowing light. "You are meant for great things," it seemed to say. "Trust in your strength and let your heart guide you." Tenzin felt tears welling in his eyes as he absorbed the Yeti's message. He had always dreamed of becoming a protector of his village, someone who could bridge the gap between the human world and the mysteries of the mountains. The Yeti had shown him that he was not alone in this journey, that the spirit of the mountains would always be with him. As the first light of dawn began to break, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, the Yeti took a step back. Tenzin knew their time together was coming to an end. He wanted to plead for more time, to learn from this magnificent creature, but he also understood that the Yeti had its own path to follow. The bond they had formed was eternal, a connection that would guide him through the challenges that lay ahead. With one last look, the Yeti turned and disappeared into the snowy forest, blending seamlessly with the landscape. Tenzin stood alone in the clearing, his heart swelling with emotion. He could still feel the warmth of the Yeti's presence, the wisdom it had imparted. He realized that the journey he had embarked on was not just about finding the Yeti, but about discovering himself. Returning to his village, Tenzin carried the spirit of the Yeti within him. He shared the story of their encounter with the villagers, inspiring them to see the mountains not as a source of fear, but as a place of beauty and connection. Together, they began to honor the land, to respect the spirits that resided within it. As the years went by, Tenzin became a leader in his community, a bridge between the people and the mountains. He taught others to listen to the whispers of the wind, to feel the heartbeat of the earth beneath their feet. The legend of the Yeti transformed into a tale of hope, reminding all who heard it that courage and connection could overcome even the greatest challenges. Through Tenzin's journey, the Yeti became more than just a mythical creature, it became a symbol of the strength that lies within each person. The mountains held many secrets, and the Yeti, the protector of those secrets, watched over the land, guiding generations to come. In the heart of India, where ancient trees stretch toward the sky and rivers whisper secrets of old, tales of the Rakshasa swirled like autumn leaves in the wind. These shape-shifting demons are known for their trickery and malevolent nature, a part of the folklore that sends chills down the spine. Stories of the Rakshasa are often shared around flickering fires at night, their shadows dancing on the walls as if they were alive. Among the villagers of a small town nestled at the edge of a dark forest lived a girl named Aditi. With sparkling eyes and a spirit full of life, she was known for her laughter that echoed through the streets like music. Yet, beneath her cheerful exterior lay a growing fear, a fear that the Rakshasa would one day find their way into her life. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, Aditi's grandmother gathered the family around the fire. Her voice, rich and warm, drew everyone closer. "Listen well, my children," she began, her eyes glinting with the wisdom of years. "The Rakshasa are not just stories, they live among us, wearing the faces of those we trust." Aditi's heart raced. She knew the tales. The Rakshasa could take the form of friends or loved ones, luring the unsuspecting into their dark traps. They thrived on chaos and fear, and though Aditi wanted to dismiss the stories as mere folklore, a nagging worry settled in her mind. Days turned into weeks, and the fear of the Rakshasa lingered like a dark cloud over her heart. One night, while wandering the forest to gather herbs for her grandmother, Aditi stumbled upon an unusual sight. A figure, draped in shadow, stood at the edge of a glade. Its form shifted, dancing between the shapes of different creatures, a mixture of beauty and terror. It had the delicate face of a deer one moment, and then morphed into a fierce lion the next. A chill ran down Aditi's spine. "Who are you?" she called, her voice trembling. The figure paused and turned, revealing eyes that glimmered like emeralds. "I am a Rakshasa," it replied, its voice smooth as silk. "I mean you no harm, sweet girl. I am here to grant a wish." Aditi's mind raced. Was this a trick? Or could it be a chance to free her village from the grip of fear? "What kind of wish?" she asked cautiously. "Anything your heart desires," the Rakshasa said, its form flickering like a flame. "You can ask for wealth, power, or even to be free from the fear that binds you." The temptation of wealth danced in Aditi's mind, but her heart pulled her in another direction. "I want to protect my village from the Rakshasa," she declared, her voice steady despite the fear gnawing at her. "I want to help my people see through your tricks." The Rakshasa's eyes narrowed, and for a moment, the shadows deepened around it. "To protect your village, you must first face the darkness within yourself. Only then can you help others." Aditi's heart raced. What darkness could she possibly carry? "What do you mean?" she asked, confusion washing over her. "Fear can be more powerful than any demon," the Rakshasa replied, its voice dropping to a whisper. "To defeat me, you must confront your own fears and understand that you are stronger than you think." With those words, the Rakshasa vanished, leaving Aditi standing alone in the moonlit glade. Confused and scared, she returned home, but the encounter stayed with her, gnawing at her thoughts. Days turned into sleepless nights as she pondered the Rakshas's words. One night, unable to sleep, Aditi decided to face her fears. She sat under the stars, her heart pounding like a drum. "I am not afraid," she declared into the night. "I refuse to let fear control me." As she spoke those words, she felt something shift inside her. The shadows that had loomed over her heart began to lift. From that day forward, Aditi faced each day with newfound courage. She no longer allowed the tales of the Rakshasa to dictate her actions. Instead, she shared her experience with the villagers, encouraging them to confront their fears together. They held gatherings under the stars, where they shared stories of bravery and hope. But just as Aditi began to feel secure, the Rakshasa returned, this time appearing before her in the form of her grandmother. "You think you have overcome your fear," it taunted, its voice dripping with mockery. "I can take everything you love and twist it into something dark. A wave of panic washed over Aditi. How could she fight something so deceptive, so familiar? She stood her ground, feeling the strength of the villagers' support behind her. "You may wear my grandmother's face, but I know the truth," Aditi declared, her voice unwavering. "You cannot deceive me." With those words, a light ignited within her, brighter than the moon above. Aditi focused on the love she had for her family and friends, the joy they shared, and the community they built together. She let that love swell within her, creating a shield against the darkness. The Rakshasa recoiled, its form flickering between shadows. "No! This cannot be," it howled, losing its shape as Aditi's light grew stronger. The villagers gathered, standing beside her, their hearts filled with courage. Together, they faced the Rakshasa, united in love and strength. As the first rays of dawn broke over the horizon, the Rakshasa let out a final, piercing scream before dissipating into the morning mist. Aditi and the villagers stood together, hands clasped, hearts racing with victory. They had faced their fears, and together, they had triumphed. In the days that followed, the tales of the Rakshasa changed. Instead of stories of fear and chaos, they became stories of courage and resilience. Aditi became a beacon of hope in her village, teaching others that love could conquer fear. The darkness that once haunted them transformed into tales of strength, reminding everyone that even in the face of trickery and malice, the human spirit could shine brighter than any shadow. The Rakshasa, though a shape-shifting demon, was now a reminder of the strength that lay within the hearts of those who dared to face their fears. And in that small village at the edge of the dark forest, Aditi's laughter once again echoed through the streets, a melody of hope and courage that resonated in the hearts of all. In the heart of ancient Mesopotamia, where the Tigris and Euphrates rivers flowed like the lifeblood of civilization, there stood magnificent structures adorned with the great Lamassu. This creature, with the head of a human, the body of a lion, and the wings of an eagle, was not merely a statue, it was a guardian, a protector, and a symbol of hope for the people who lived beneath its watchful gaze. Long ago, in a bustling city that thrived with trade and culture, a young boy named Samir lived with his family. The streets were alive with the sounds of merchants calling out their wares, children laughing, and the gentle rustle of the wind through the date palms. But amidst this vibrant life, Samir often felt a shadow lurking in the corners of his heart. Samir's father was a carpenter, a man known for his skill and creativity. Every day, he worked diligently to craft beautiful furniture and intricate wooden toys. Yet, a dark cloud hung over their household. A neighboring village had been plagued by war and destruction, and the stories of violence and fear seeped into Samir's dreams, filling them with nightmares that left him trembling in the night. He would wake up, heart racing, as the images of chaos haunted him. One evening, while helping his father in the workshop, Samir shared his fears. "Father, what if the war comes to our village? What if the Lamassu cannot protect us?" His father paused, setting down his tools. The warmth in his eyes turned serious as he knelt beside Samir, placing a gentle hand on his shoulder. "The Lamassu is more than just stone and wings, my son. It represents strength and protection. We must have faith that it will guard us." Though comforted by his father's words, Samir struggled to believe. The Lamassu stood tall at the entrance of their city, its eyes carved with a fierce determination, yet he still felt vulnerable. That night, after the day's work was done, Samir stood before the grand statue. He gazed up at the Lamassu, trying to draw strength from its imposing figure. "Please protect us," he whispered into the cool evening air. "I wish for peace." Days turned into weeks, and Samir's fears began to consume him. The laughter of children turned to whispers of worry, and the vibrant marketplace became quieter as merchants feared for their lives and livelihoods. Samir noticed his father's worry lines deepen, and he felt helpless as he watched his once joyful community slowly fade into despair. Then one fateful day, the sky darkened with the sound of approaching hooves. Panic gripped the village as rumors spread of an invading force. Samir's heart raced as he grabbed his father's hand, their eyes wide with fear. "What will we do?" he cried, desperation rising within him. But just as chaos began to unfold, something miraculous happened. As the villagers rushed to protect their homes, the ground trembled, and a brilliant light radiated from the lamassu. Samir turned to see the statue come alive, its stone body shifting and transforming. The wings spread wide, creating a powerful gust of wind that swept through the village, clearing the air of dread. In that moment, the lamassu spoke, its voice booming like thunder yet calming like a gentle breeze. "Fear not, children of Mesopotamia. I am here to protect you. Stand strong and unite in courage." Samir felt a rush of warmth fill his heart, dispelling the shadows of fear that had clung to him for so long. With a newfound sense of bravery, the villagers rallied together, ready to defend their home. They looked to the lamassu, and its presence ignited a spark within them. They armed themselves with determination, refusing to let fear dictate their fate. The spirit of the lamassu surged through the community, transforming their despair into unity. As the invading force drew closer, the lamassu rose higher, its majestic form towering over the villagers. It flapped its powerful wings, creating a whirlwind that enveloped the warriors, shielding them from harm. With every flap, the lamassu echoed the courage of the people, urging them to fight for their homes. The battle that ensued was fierce, but with the lamassu's protection, the villagers fought valiantly. They remembered their loved ones, their dreams, and the hope that had kept them alive in the darkest of times. Samir, standing alongside his father, felt his spirit soar. The lamassu wasn't just a statue, it was their guardian, their strength, and their courage personified. As the dust settled and the last of the invaders fled, a hush fell over the village. The lamassu transformed back into its stone form, still towering over the people, but now it held an air of triumph. The villagers, exhausted yet victorious, gathered around the statue, their hearts filled with gratitude and reverence. Samir looked up at the lamassu, tears of relief streaming down his face. "Thank you," he whispered, the weight of fear lifting from his shoulders. The lamassu, in its silent strength, had given them hope when they needed it most. In the days that followed, the village began to heal. The laughter of children returned, echoing through the streets as they played and celebrated their freedom. Samir's father resumed his work, crafting beautiful pieces of art that captured the spirit of their triumph. And Samir? He learned that true courage wasn't the absence of fear, but the strength to face it head-on. The lamassu became a symbol of hope in their lives, a reminder that no matter how dark the world may seem, there would always be light to guide them through. Samir often found himself standing before the statue, reflecting on the day they faced their fears together. He understood now that the lamassu was not just a protector of their city, but also a guardian of their hearts. It taught them that unity, love, and courage could conquer even the darkest of times. As he gazed up at the mighty creature, Samir felt a bond stronger than stone, a bond forged in the fires of fear and solidified by the light of hope. And in that ancient land of Mesopotamia, where history danced with myth, the lamassu remained ever vigilant, a timeless guardian watching over a people who had learned to believe in their strength. Under the sweltering sun of the vast Arabian desert, where the sands shifted like whispers and the wind carried the secrets of ages past, there lay a story told around flickering campfires, a chilling tale of the ghoul. This creature was no mere myth, it was a dark shadow lurking just beyond the edge of light, waiting for the moment of vulnerability when it could strike. Among the travelers was a young man named Khalid, known for his adventurous spirit and unwavering bravery. He often spoke of exploring the endless dunes, his heart filled with dreams of discovering hidden oases and ancient treasures. His family and friends warned him about the dangers of the desert, especially the tales of the ghoul, the flesh-eating creature that could entice even the wisest wanderer into its deadly embrace. But Khalid, with his youthful confidence, brushed aside their fears, believing he could handle anything the desert threw at him. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the sands, Khalid prepared for his adventure. He packed his supplies carefully, ensuring he had enough water and food for the journey ahead. "I will be back before dawn," he declared, a grin on his face, igniting a mixture of pride and worry in the hearts of those who loved him. His mother held him close, whispering a prayer for his safety. "Stay on the path, my son. The desert can be treacherous." Khalid promised her he would be careful and set out into the vast unknown. As he ventured deeper into the desert, the world transformed around him. The once familiar landscape of his village faded behind him, replaced by rolling dunes and a sky filled with shimmering stars. Khaled's heart raced with excitement, but as the night deepened, so did his awareness of the silence enveloping him. The desert, once enchanting, now felt eerily still. Shadows danced around him, and he began to feel the weight of solitude pressing against his chest. Hours passed, and fatigue began to tug at Khaled's limbs. Just as he contemplated turning back, a soft voice floated through the air, as delicate as a breeze. "Traveler, do not fear the night. Come closer, and I will share my food and water." Khaled paused, feeling a strange pull towards the sound. In the distance, he could see a flickering light, almost like a campfire, promising warmth and companionship. But the tales of the ghoul flooded his mind. He remembered the warnings of the elders, the creature that could take on the form of a beautiful woman, luring men with promises of comfort before revealing its true, monstrous nature. Still, Khaled's curiosity battled with his instincts. The promise of companionship and nourishment was hard to resist, especially after hours of wandering alone. As he approached the light, he saw her, an enchanting figure sitting by the fire. She had long, flowing hair that shimmered like the stars, and her smile was inviting, filled with warmth. "Welcome, traveler. You've come so far, and I have been waiting for you." Khaled's heart raced not with fear, but with an exhilarating thrill. Here was beauty and warmth in the desolation of the desert. "Please, sit with me," she beckoned, her voice a melodic whisper that wrapped around him like a soft embrace. As he sat down, she offered him dates and cool water, and for a moment, the weariness that had clung to him faded away. They spoke, sharing stories and laughter as the fire crackled between them, illuminating her face. Yet, as the night wore on, Khaled felt an unsettling shift in the air. The woman's eyes, once warm, now gleamed with an unnatural hunger. The flicker of the fire cast shadows that seemed to twist and dance maliciously. Khaled's heart began to race, a primal fear igniting in his chest. He remembered the tales of the ghoul and suddenly realized the truth. It was not a beautiful stranger, but a monster hiding in plain sight. With a jolt of terror, Khaled stood up, his body screaming at him to run. "I must go," he stammered, backing away from the fire. The woman's laughter echoed in the stillness, a sound that chilled him to the bone. "Where do you think you're going, brave traveler? The desert is vast, and you are lost without me." As he turned to flee, a coldness gripped him, and the shadows seemed to stretch and reach for him. The realization hit him hard. The ghoul was not just an entity of the night, it was a manifestation of his own fears, a creature born from loneliness and despair. He ran through the sands, heart pounding, breath coming in ragged gasps. The laughter of the ghoul followed him, taunting and echoing through the emptiness. With every step, the realization of his own vulnerability struck him. The desert was not just a physical space, it was a reflection of his soul, where isolation could lead to despair. He stumbled, falling into the sand, the weight of fear crashing over him like a wave. But as he looked up, the stars shone brightly above him, guiding lights in the oppressive darkness. Khaled pushed himself up, brushing the sand from his clothes, and he thought of his family, their love anchoring him against the tide of terror. He remembered his mother's prayer, her voice echoing in his heart, urging him to find his way back. "I am not alone," he whispered to himself, rising to his feet. With newfound determination, he focused on the stars, letting them lead him home. The ghoul's laughter faded into the distance as he ran, the creature's power diminished by his refusal to succumb to fear. He navigated the endless dunes, following the constellations that had guided countless travelers before him. Each step became stronger, each breath steadier. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Khaled saw the first light of dawn breaking on the horizon. The warmth of the sun brushed against his skin, a gentle reminder that hope existed even in the darkest of times. He stumbled into his village, exhaustion overtaking him as he collapsed into the arms of his waiting family. His mother wept with relief, holding him close, and Khaled shared his harrowing tale of the ghoul. The laughter of the creature no longer haunted him, instead, it became a lesson learned. He understood that fear could transform into a monster if left unchecked. The ghoul was a reminder of the dangers that lurked in solitude, but also of the strength that came from love and connection. From that day on, Khaled no longer saw the desert as a place of fear. Instead, it became a symbol of resilience. He would tell the story of the ghoul to others, urging them to cherish their bonds and seek companionship, for in unity lay the power to conquer even the darkest of fears. In the heart of every culture, there exists a tale, a thread woven through the fabric of time, connecting generations with stories of creatures that inspire awe and fear. Among these is the Shnek, a creature from Mexican folklore known to be mischievous yet protective of nature. It is said that these little guardians inhabit the forests and jungles, causing playful havoc but also ensuring that balance is maintained in the natural world. Their legend has traveled far beyond the borders of Mexico, echoing through the hearts and minds of people across the globe, becoming a part of the ever-growing tapestry of modern mythical creatures. When we think of mythical beings, we often envision the Shnek as a symbol of childhood wonder, a little spirit that reminds us of the magic hidden in the world around us. Children would gather around their elders, eyes wide with fascination, as they listened to stories about the Shnek hiding in the shadows, playing tricks on those who dared to disturb the tranquility of the woods. The laughter of children was the soundtrack of these stories, blending with the rustling leaves, as families bonded over the shared magic of folklore. But as stories tend to do, the tale of the Shnek began to ripple outwards, reaching shores and lands that had never known its name. In the age of the internet and global communication, cultures collided and myths began to transcend borders. People everywhere started sharing their versions of magical creatures, and the Shnek found itself nestled among other spirits and beings from diverse traditions, each adding a new layer to its identity. Imagine a young girl in the bustling streets of Tokyo, gazing at her smartphone. As she scrolls through social media, she stumbles upon a video of the Shnek, animated in a vibrant cartoon. With big, sparkling eyes and a playful grin, this little spirit dances through the screen, captivating her imagination. Instantly, she is transported to the lush jungles of Mexico, where the air is thick with the scent of earth and foliage. The magic of the Shnek ignites something within her, awakening a desire to learn more about this creature, its origins, and the culture from which it hails. Meanwhile, across the Atlantic, a boy in a small village in Portugal hears whispers of the Shnek through a friend who has just returned from a trip to Mexico. The stories intermingle with the local legends of mischievous water sprites and forest spirits. As he listens, he can't help but feel a spark of connection to the tales, the same magic wrapped around both the Shnek and the stories of his ancestors. Through art, music, and storytelling, the Shnek began to weave its way into the hearts of people everywhere. Illustrators created beautiful images of this spirit, capturing its playful nature and connection to the earth. Musicians wrote songs that spoke of the Shnek, infusing their melodies with the rhythm of the forests. Poets found inspiration in its story, crafting verses that danced like the leaves in the wind. Social media platforms became a melting pot of cultures, and in this shared space, mythical creatures began to evolve. The Shnek, once a simple guardian of the forests, morphed into a global icon of environmental awareness. People began to associate the creature not just with mischief, but with the urgent need to protect nature. This shift reflected a growing awareness of environmental issues, urging people to stand together in the fight against climate change and habitat destruction. The Shnek became a symbol of hope, reminding individuals of their responsibility to the world around them. As its influence spread, the Shnek found kinship with creatures from other cultures. The mischievous spirit of the Shnek resonated with the playful nature of the European pixies and the protective spirits of the Native American legends. Each tale added depth to the Shnek's character, allowing it to embody various themes: mischief, protection, and a deep connection to nature. In doing so, it became a shared spirit, echoing the sentiments of love, fear, and respect that people across the globe hold for the natural world. But with this global influence came a new challenge: the risk of the Shnek's essence becoming diluted. As stories and images spread, there was a concern that the creature would lose its unique cultural significance. Those who cherished the Shnek feared that, without proper understanding and respect for its origins, it might transform into just another character in a long line of mythical beings. The heart of the Chinook, its connection to the land, the people, and the traditions of Mexico, needed to be preserved even as it traveled the world. Efforts began to emerge, focusing on education and cultural appreciation. People started sharing the true essence of the Chinook, not just as a fun character in animated series, but as a vital part of Mexican heritage. Documentaries, books, and art exhibitions highlighted the importance of folklore and the need to honor the cultures from which these myths arise. The Chinook was not merely a figure, it was a story that encapsulated the values, struggles, and dreams of a people, reminding everyone of their roots. Across continents, individuals began to find common ground in their love for these mythical beings. Conversations blossomed about the importance of storytelling, the power of folklore, and how myths connect us. The Chinook and its kin reminded us that, no matter where we came from, we all shared the same fears, hopes, and dreams. As night fell over the world, and families gathered around flickering fires or bright screens, the stories continued to be told. The laughter of children, mixed with the whispers of elders, echoed through homes, carrying the spirit of the Chinook into new generations. With every tale, the little guardian of the forests found new life, a testament to the resilience of culture and the enduring power of myth. The story of the Chinook and the modern spread of mythical creatures became a powerful reminder of our shared humanity. In a world that often felt divided, these creatures taught us that magic knows no borders. They reminded us that within every culture lies a story worth sharing, a creature worth celebrating. And as long as there are stories to tell, the Chinook will continue to dance across the world, uniting hearts with the magic of its spirit. The forest was silent, except for the rustling of leaves and the gentle whisper of the wind. Under the fading light of dusk, a group of friends huddled together, hearts pounding in their chests. They had come to this secluded area, driven by the thrill of adventure and the stories they had heard about a creature lurking in the shadows, a creature known as Bigfoot. Many had claimed to have seen him, but all they had were tales, shadows, and flickers of hope. Would they be the ones to finally catch a glimpse of the legendary being? The air was thick with anticipation. They set up their cameras, hoping to capture proof of the elusive creature. As they shared stories, the campfire crackled, sending sparks into the night sky. Each story added fuel to their excitement. They spoke of how Bigfoot roamed the Pacific Northwest, towering over trees, leaving massive footprints, and evading capture. The more they talked, the more they believed that magic existed just beyond their sight. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the bushes nearby. They all froze, eyes wide with a mix of fear and thrill. Was it a bear? Or could it be the fabled Bigfoot? Holding their breath, they waited. A figure emerged, but it wasn't the giant they had hoped for. It was only a deer, bounding away into the woods. Disappointment washed over them, but the thrill of the hunt kept them awake, eyes straining against the darkness. Stories of Bigfoot sightings were not just tales, they were a way for people to connect with the mysterious. Across the world, there were reports of similar creatures, each unique yet strikingly familiar. In Scotland, the Loch Ness Monster, affectionately known as Nessie, had captured hearts for generations. The deep, dark waters of the loch concealed secrets that invited curiosity and fear. Many had claimed to have seen the creature's long neck rise from the water, a silhouette against the setting sun. One summer afternoon, a couple was enjoying a picnic by the shores of Loch Ness. As they relaxed, a sudden splash interrupted their moment of tranquility. They both turned to see a large ripple breaking the surface of the water. Their hearts raced, and they grabbed their cameras. The water settled, but for a fleeting second, they thought they caught a glimpse of something extraordinary. The couple laughed nervously, unsure whether it was their imagination or the elusive Nessie. Yet, the thrill of the sighting made their picnic unforgettable. Even if it was a mere trick of the light, it connected them to the legend that had enchanted so many before them. These encounters are often filled with emotion, driven by a desire for the extraordinary. In a world filled with technology and routine, the thought of a creature hiding in the shadows ignites a spark of hope in the human heart. The unknown becomes a canvas for dreams and imagination. Cryptids serve as reminders that there are still mysteries to uncover and adventures waiting just beyond the ordinary. But not all sightings are innocent and filled with joy. In the dense forests of the United States, there have been reports of the Mokumbembe, a creature said to resemble a dinosaur lurking in the rivers of Congo. In 2004, a group of researchers embarked on a quest to find this creature, motivated by the tales of locals who claimed to have seen it grazing on the riverbanks. As they trekked through the thick jungle, a sense of both fear and wonder enveloped them. They were walking in the footsteps of explorers before them, chasing legends that had persisted for centuries. On one particularly humid afternoon, one of the researchers spotted movement in the water. The team froze, heartbeats quickening. Slowly, they raised their cameras, their breaths hitching in their throats. There, in the distance, a large figure emerged, resembling a prehistoric creature. The team recorded the moment, their excitement bubbling over, only to realize moments later that it was a fallen tree, its roots jutting out of the water. Disappointment washed over them, but it didn't extinguish their hope. They were still part of something bigger, a quest that connected them to history, to stories that echoed through generations. Cryptids often blur the line between reality and fantasy, drawing people into a world where anything is possible. The thrill of the unknown encourages exploration, leading people to places they might never have dared to visit otherwise. Some enthusiasts dedicate their lives to these pursuits, searching for the next sighting, the next proof, or the next great adventure. Take the story of the Chupacabra, a creature believed to suck the blood of livestock, reported primarily in Puerto Rico and Latin America. One summer evening, a farmer woke to a terrible noise from the barn. Rushing outside, he was met with a scene that sent shivers down his spine. 2 of his goats lay lifeless, drained of blood. Whispers of the Chupacabra spread through the community, fueling fear and fascination. The farmer, despite his fear, took it upon himself to uncover the truth. Armed with a flashlight and courage, he ventured into the night, hoping to find the creature that had stolen his peace. Weeks passed, and stories emerged about others who had encountered the same creature. Reports poured in from neighboring towns. As the legend grew, so did the determination of the locals. They banded together, sharing tales around campfires, hoping to capture the creature on film. The farmer became a part of something larger than himself, an embodiment of the courage it takes to face the unknown. These sightings, filled with emotion and tension, speak to our deepest desires for connection and understanding. Whether it's the desire to believe in something greater or the thrill of adventure, cryptids offer a glimpse into the mystery of life. They remind us of the stories that bind us together as humans, transcending geography and culture. As dusk settled on that same forest where the friends sought Bigfoot, they heard a low growl in the distance. It sent chills down their spines. Heart racing, they turned to each other, unsure of what to do. In that moment, all their previous doubts vanished. They wanted to believe in the extraordinary. They wanted the night to reveal its magic. They gathered their courage, knowing that, no matter the outcome, the thrill of the experience would remain etched in their hearts forever. So, the world continues to spin, and people will keep searching for answers. The myths endure, reminding us that the extraordinary exists even in the mundane. Bigfoot, Nessie, and creatures like them hold a special place in our hearts, encouraging us to look beyond the ordinary and embrace the magic that lies just out of sight. Each sighting, each story, weaves a tapestry of hope, adventure, and the eternal human spirit that longs for connection with the unknown. In the quiet of a darkened room, a child clutches a well-worn book, its pages filled with tales of dragons, fairies, and creatures from the depths of the sea. With wide eyes, they turn each page, lost in a world where anything is possible. These stories captivate the imagination, stirring a longing for adventure and the extraordinary. Every mythical creature represents more than just a character. They symbolize hope, fear, and the deep desires that lie within us all. Across cultures and generations, mythical creatures have transcended time, becoming a vital part of our stories. From the majestic unicorn, representing purity and beauty, to the fearsome dragon, symbolizing power and danger, each creature serves a unique purpose in the tales we tell. They connect us to our past, allowing us to see our struggles and triumphs reflected in their stories. The legends become mirrors of our own lives, showing us the path of bravery, love, and resilience. Think of the phoenix, a magnificent bird that rises from its ashes, reborn from destruction. It teaches us that even in our darkest moments, there is always a chance for renewal. People from all walks of life have faced challenges, moments when they felt like they were crumbling under the weight of the world. The story of the phoenix resonates deeply, offering comfort and inspiration. Its legacy endures, reminding us that we can overcome obstacles and emerge stronger, just as the phoenix soars into the sky. In every corner of the globe, mythical creatures play a crucial role in shaping cultural identities. The stories of the Bunyip in Australia or the Chinook in Mexico are not just local tales, they connect people to their land and heritage. Each creature embodies the values, fears, and dreams of its culture. They help us understand who we are, where we come from, and the lessons we hold dear. These creatures whisper the wisdom of generations, allowing us to learn from the past while forging our future. Myths have also shaped our understanding of nature and the world around us. The nymphs of ancient Greece, who danced in the forests and rivers, remind us of the beauty and power of the natural world. In today's world, where nature often feels distant, these stories beckon us to remember our connection to the earth. They inspire us to protect our environment, reminding us that every creature, real or mythical, plays a role in the delicate balance of life. These stories are not confined to ancient texts or folklore, they permeate our modern culture. Movies, books, and art continue to draw from the well of mythical creatures, creating new narratives that resonate with audiences. The success of franchises like Harry Potter or The Lord of the Rings illustrates our enduring fascination with these beings. They transport us to magical realms, igniting our imagination and allowing us to experience worlds beyond our own. As children watch their favorite heroes battle dragons or make friends with magical creatures, they are not merely entertained, they are learning valuable lessons. These stories teach courage, friendship, and the importance of standing up for what is right. In the heart of every tale, there lies a moral, a lesson that helps shape the values of the next generation. The stories of mythical creatures instill a sense of wonder and possibility, encouraging children to dream big and believe in themselves. In our daily lives, mythical creatures can also provide comfort during tough times. When someone feels lost or alone, thinking of their favorite creature can spark a glimmer of hope. Just as these beings conquer adversity in their stories, we, too, can find strength in our struggles. The dragon that protects its treasure becomes a symbol of resilience, reminding us that we all have the power to guard what we hold dear. The influence of mythical creatures extends beyond personal experiences, they become part of our collective identity. Think of the way a dragon emblazoned on a flag can unite a people, or how a mermaid might symbolize a longing for freedom and adventure. These symbols create connections, allowing individuals to feel part of something greater than themselves. In times of conflict or uncertainty, these shared symbols can bring comfort and unity, reminding us of our common humanity. The stories we share about these creatures weave a rich tapestry of culture, identity, and shared experience. The enduring legacy of mythical creatures is a testament to our desire for connection and understanding. They challenge us to confront our fears, embrace our dreams, and discover the extraordinary in the ordinary. As the child closes the book and turns off the light, they carry the magic of those creatures into their dreams. Each mythical being they've encountered has planted a seed of inspiration, urging them to be brave, curious, and kind. These stories shape not only their imagination, but also their understanding of the world. Mythical creatures remind us of the beauty of storytelling. They connect us across time and space, serving as a bridge to our past while guiding us toward the future. Whether in ancient texts or modern tales, they whisper lessons of hope, courage, and the boundless possibilities that lie ahead. In every creature, there is a piece of our shared humanity, echoing the truths we hold dear. The legacy of these beings will continue to thrive, inviting generations to dream, to believe, and to find the magic within themselves.